And as always, a huge shout out to all of the generous supporters of 87.8 Survivor FM, our Patreon supporters, all of our editors, our production managers, Dick Donovan, Kenny Baker, Big Dog, Shane Murphy, Tank Dazza, and Ken Brown. Our producers, Jake Snow, Red Freedom, Melbourne, Michael, and Tuxness. Our director, the Wolves of DayZ server, or Sauerkraut, and all of our YouTube members, Kenny Baker, You My Size, Mr. Fix, Cinnamon, King Alobar, Tuxness, and Foxypote. All of you are legends who help the show go on each and every week. Thank you all for your support, even just by watching or listening each week to the podcast. And we all hope you enjoy this week's show. I also want to do, as we now do, the shout out to all of the team behind the podcast. Without their support over the 83 episodes that this podcast has been going, we wouldn't be able to be where we are. So to start with, there's myself, Boydie, Marks, that lad, Archie, Foxypote, DonSibley, DanceofJesus, Jacob Mango, Daone, and Spud. Thank you all for your ongoing support. Enjoy the show. And we are live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And welcome to episode 83 of the DayZ podcast. Marks, lad, how you doing, fellas?
Doing very well. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad, mate. Lad?
I'm recovering again.
Recovering again from being sick or from a hangover?
Being sick. I had to take the last couple of days off work this week because I was like fucking drained of energy and just ugh. But today, not so bad. But I got a fucking banging headache.
But I see you've got
so
your...
naturally...
Yes, I was about to say...
So naturally, boys and girls, I got me fucking...
Yeah, iron brew.
Me iron brew.
The juice.
Good to see, mate. Good to see. I love what OG Lemon did with the emotes that I commissioned him to make for the Discord, and he's got you drinking. Class. Yeah. Iron brew.
So good. Iron brew.
And we are joined for our players episode. It's a bit of a medical episode, this one. We've got Dr. V93 and DrWomble. How you doing, fellas?
Fine. Yep, good, thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us, lads. Let's quickly go to the bio section and find out a little bit more about you for our viewers. Okay. Oh. I hate how Discord just changes shit and moves everywhere. Okay, so we'll start with you, Dr. Womble. Dr. Womble, or John, often referred to as the guy with a ring in his nose. In Australia, we'd probably call you Angus. Yeah.
Oh, trust me, if you can think of it, I've been called it.
Yep. 27 years old from the Lake District, UK, and a man of far too many hobbies. Started playing DayZ around 2014 after dabbling in the Armour mod on a friend's PC and instantly fell in love, but quickly got bored with the long list of features. Played on and off until 1.07, where I got hooked for good and decided to try my hand at streaming content creation. And we've got some links too, which I'll put in the description of the video for those who are interested in checking out your stuff.
Appreciate it.
And Dr. V, 24 years old, American, been playing DayZ since 2014. Since then, have put over 12,000 hours into the game. I started getting killed by hackers a lot on official, so I decided to start sending the devs the profiles of cheaters. I would not take no for an answer. Since I started doing that, I have helped get over 55 of them banned. That's a pretty good effort, buddy.
Thank you.
Nice one.
The pain in the ass, so
Fucking imagine.
lose a lot of gear.
Oh.
Now, just so everyone knows as well, later in the show, we're going to be having a third guest join us, and that's going to be Trey. Trey's the guy who made the video that we looked at last week when we were talking about the Q&E spam, just so we can talk in a bit more detail about that, because we got a lot of feedback on that video as well as the Reddit one. But we're going to start with our two guests first. So, Dr. V, we'll start with you, mate. How's your day going so far?
I'm doing good. Just took my anti-immunal meds because I'm a sick bastard.
You got the COVID?
No, I have really bad autoimmune disease.
Oh, not good, buddy.
That eats away at my muscle mass.
That's not good.
No, it's under control now, though. So I got to take these meds.
Yep. So, DayZ, mate, you've got a bit of a personal vengeance going against hackers and that, mate. So if you obviously play a lot on official then?
Yeah, that's all I play. I just play official. I don't like community servers.
Really?
Oh. Yeah, I don't want to be on an admin's power trip server, as I call it, and my friends also call it.
Yeah. But if you find a good community, though, it's usually not too bad, and you don't have to run the gamut of 55 hackers, mate, and that's just the ones you've gotten caught. So how do you go about doing that?
So you want how I started doing it? So how I started doing it was me and my friends just every day because we PvP on the coast because that's where all the action is, mostly on official, and. So Electro, most of the time, usually has some hacker on it that just aimbots everyone that's there in seconds. And so I got tired of it. So one day I just started spamming the dev team, and I would not take no for an answer. So eventually, I think they got annoyed of it, and they started responding to me. One of them, which I won't name his name, he's been really good about it, and he's the only one that actually has done something about it. For me, at least. And I'm very persistent with it. I've pissed off quite a lot of cheaters. I can tell you that I've been a target of some of these guys sometimes in game and out of game as well. How I go about doing it is I'll get killed. What I do now is I will roam the coast looking for these guys on an alt account that I have, and I'll just, if I see suspicious accounts on the server, which is like either random numbers or random letters, level 0, profile not set up yet. Most of the time, it's a cheater. Yeah. And I'll intentionally get aimbotted by him on my alt account. And then after I do that, I always get video of it. I go back a second time just to make sure that it actually was an aimbot or not just lag or anything like that. Yeah. And then I give it to the dev I am in contact with. To be honest with you, I don't even know if he's a dev. He may be a community manager. I don't know. And I give him the video, the time it happened, my profile, or my friend's profile, the video, of course, and then the accounts that I believe are doing it, and I'm pretty damn accurate with that. I would say about like 90% accuracy when it comes to that, because I mean it's not that difficult. And you just look, like I said, for the number accounts or the letter accounts, random symbols. And yeah, like you said, I've gotten about 55, 56 now because I just got one ban yesterday. And it's just a pain in the ass. I don't like dying to them, but it's for a cause, because if I die to them or my friends die to them, the guy usually gets banned. Because there is no way to report a cheater fat or quickly in DayZ at all. No. There's no way. It's the most unprofessional thing ever for a game that is very good now and is continuing to get better, and there still is no way to report these guys. And the devs, I have a different opinion on this than Archie. I definitely know they know, because the amount of times I spam them. Well, not spam. I just each time I die, I spam them.
Yeah.
And they know, and what really ticks me off, I don't know if it's Bohemia, the devs, or both of them combined, that just don't care, in my opinion. I don't feel they care. I mean, they're developing freaking new knives and brooms instead of fixing an issue that can kill a game quite fast. If you don't have a way to deal with it effectively. I mean, I'm not saying, like, because you're never going to stop cheating. You know, that's impossible. But just having a way to report these guys in game, like another game Rust has with easy anti-cheat, which is a lot better of an anti-cheat than BattleEye.
I've heard, yeah.
Because they have BattleEye, but it's the Wild West. BattleEye doesn't do anything. It's been, like Archie said the last time he was on here, it's been the same cheats for 8 years now. And now there's God mode because from what I believe, some of the DayZ modders have started developing cheats on their own and are using them as well on official. But yeah, it's a pain in the ass, and I just wish they will do something about it. I try to tell them what to do, and well, not what to do. I give them recommendations to how to kind of fix this problem, but they just don't listen. And it's been updated. I've been doing this for about 7 updates now, ever since COVID started, because that's when it got really bad.
Yeah.
And it's been the same. They fixed the speed hacking on official, but they haven't fixed. They haven't just made it harder for them. They haven't added in a feature, say, if someone kills you with a Makarov from 1,000 meters away, which is impossible.
I love that one.
Just to kick you off the game. But it's like give you like a ban off the game for an hour, which other games do. Rust does it all the time with fly hacks and stuff like that. It's just super annoying. Everyone watching, and I feel that I speak for like 90% of the official community when I say these things, because it feels so helpless. You gear up, you spend all this time gearing up, and then you go to get some action either at Northwest or down at the coast in Cherno or Berezino, and you get insta-killed by some douchebag with a Makarov from 1,000 meters away.
But how do you know how far away they killed you, mate? Because you don't get that sort of information from the game.
How I know is what happens is that you can hear them shooting. And I have 12,000 hours on this game, so I know the meters and such. You can hear them shooting. They shoot a couple of times, and then you'll get hit, and then you'll get hit again, and you'll die. So most of the time you hear it unless they have like a Winchester or something, but then you'll just get aimbotted. And how to tell if you got aimbotted, because we don't, it doesn't happen because we don't have those modded guns on official that have like a huge blood pattern. If you're like running and then you get shot and your screen spazzes out and it's like an explosion of blood, that's like 90% of the time that the hacker aimbotting you. For the most part.
Why is that?
I don't know. I think it has something to do with maybe the damage that they have it set to. To like being 1 billion or something. I mean, they can toggle it, most of them on official, because you can get away with it. Just toggle it to your head, and some of them will toggle it to your body head to make it look like it. But that is more on community servers than official servers.
Yeah, I mean, I know that from my experience as somebody who develops for a modded server, we've had people who use like magic bullets or shit like that. And there was this one video I do remember, and it was like a bunch of people in a building, right? And they were just dying one by one, just falling to the fucking ground, dying completely. And it was like, right, okay, so we had a look, and we banned the person, obviously, he was cheating, right? He's gone. So it's like, yeah, sure, the like admin teams and moderation teams, they can catch it on a modded server, but the vanilla, it's just absolutely ridiculous. It's why, like, the suggestion ArchieStormCloud made in his recent cheating video, where there would be like a plugin or something like that in the pause menu so you can report somebody. DayZ absolutely needs that. And use easy anti-cheat. But that's, that's entirely.
The big thing that I take from this, mate, is something we've talked about on the podcast before, and that's the lack of an easy way for people to report suspicious activities. Yeah, Marks, you've been having some issues with this lately as well, haven't you?
Yeah. Well, like, people like us are kind of in a bit of a better situation about it, because we can message, a dev and be like, here's, evidence of somebody who may be cheating. Can you take a look? And usually, they'll react straight away. But if you're just a casual player who maybe is on console or something, it's an absolute nightmare. And trying to go through that, what's it, the forums or whatever?
Yeah.
Because you have to go through the forums, and I then think you actually have to contact BattlEye itself or something as well, if I'm not mistaken, to actually report someone. It's crazy.
It's ridiculous. And the reason behind, I think, that they know, and they just, it sounds bad when I say this, but I believe they just don't care, is because of the factor that on Reddit and the Steam forums, anything about hacking, if someone's complaining about it, reporting someone, it gets locked immediately and deleted. 5 seconds later, locked immediately. And then you get, of course, the same 5 people on the Steam forums before it gets locked that just call the person, he just shot you from 1,000 meters away when you were zigzagging with a Winchester. That doesn't happen for the most part. These people, of course, have no idea what they're talking about, and that the toxicity that can draw people away from the game, because those people, because I'm banned from the Steam forums for standing up to those people, and they're allowed to be toxic to all these noobs, but when I stand up to them, I've been banned twice. Impulse, the guy I report to, he got me unbanned, and then I got banned 2 days later for getting a little irritated with someone that was telling off some noob. And he sent the video. It was clearly an aimbotter in a building, no windows, and just dies. It's just the censorship with it. I mean, I know about this stuff. I mean, the censorship with it is ridiculous, and that's whenever a company tries to censor, or I don't know if the Reddit is in league with the DayZ team, or I know the forums are. I don't know about the Reddit though.
I mean, I know that they do have the development team linked in the subreddit, like their Twitter accounts and the official accounts and whatnot. But I'm not too sure. I'm not really too sure. So I'm always under the assumption, unless one of them can actually correct us about it. I've always thought they were separated, but that's all I can assume when it comes down to it. Pardon me. So there's that.
I like what Fox is saying in chat there about how Rust does it. Yeah, a report system where the server owners as well as the devs see the report, and server owners can actually tag it as more important. That sounds like a pretty decent system. Just something that's very fast, easy, and immediately alerts the relevant people. So, we're coming back to the inner circle to this topic about BattlEye, Marks, and how lacking it is. Yeah,
it does lack a bit. They don't seem to do much. The devs seem to do more banning than BattlEye itself. BattlEye, the devs could probably do it, but again, it's probably a resources issue. They don't have. You'd have to dedicate 1 or 2 people to just doing bans. That way, and they just don't have the people to do it. It'd be cool to see if they could get somebody to do that. In the future or something like that.
It would be
a cool thing.
Definitely.
Yeah, just to monitor things. But they need to. They seem to be picking all the wrong companies, like Nitrado, BattlEye.
Yeah, exactly.
Feels like it at this point.
So.
I mean, BattlEye has been part of Bohemia since as long as I can remember. So that probably is one of the reasons why they're still with them. Plus, there's probably contractual obligations and stuff like that. But if it turns out that in the future, BattleEye and Behemoth can come together to create some kind of plugin for their main games. Not just DayZ, but the upcoming Arma 4 or Vigor or whatever other games that they have in their portfolio. That would be more ideal. That would be actually really, really nice to have. It would definitely, especially it would be really, really nice for those players who do just play on vanilla, because obviously with modded, you can just use like a reporting mod or some shit like that, and then it goes to their Discord and shit like that. We use it. But you're right, when it comes to vanilla, it's just nothing. And as Marx has said before, we've been really lucky, like certain people in the community, when they report it, it can get looked at. But the same should be said for all players. Like if a player was to report a hacker, doesn't matter about your status, your report should be taken seriously.
Yeah.
And, they should be kept up to date about what the situation is. And, DayZ, it's a large game. It's, especially on consoles. So whatever happens there, it's like, well, you wouldn't really get cheat as much on console, I would imagine. But PC, there's a lot of vanilla servers out there. You can report for God knows what. That would be really, really nice addition. I think it would be really nice if they could actually focus something like that in the coming year. Maybe if we'll talk about it, we'll raise more awareness about it, and threads and shit doesn't get locked and whatnot, and we admit, look, yes, all games have a cheating problem, and we compliment Rust, and I saw somebody talk about on the YouTube chat, it's like, why don't you play Rust then? It's like, yeah, I mean, fair, but you can implement good systems from other games into your own, like the Rust reporting system. If we could have something like that for DayZ, that would be fantastic, and even a dedicated security team to handle those kind of reports, to go to both BattleEye and that security team. Similarly to how Rust does it. That would be great, because then, the people who do get banned, BattleEye can take a look at, like, okay, this is the kind of situation. How can we circumnavigate it? How can we get around it so we can actually catch it earlier, so another report doesn't come about? But that's just me being slightly naive, but it would be nice if we had something like that for sure.
Well, I like what Foxy's again written in chat there, DrWomble, that the devs actually send you a message if your report gets somebody banned. I know I play PUBG quite a bit, and I liked that feature of PUBG as well. That it sends you next time you log in a little message saying congratulations, your report on such and such has been issued, and they'll tell you if it's a temporary ban or a permanent ban, and thank you for making the playing environment better. It can lead to vigilantes. Maybe Dr. V is a vigilante, DrWomble, but at the same time, it's encouraging people to actually lodge the reports, because they get to know that they're making a difference.
Yeah, exactly. It's that little incentive, isn't it? And I think on the general scope of gaming at the moment, it seems to be something that everyone's really struggling to get a hold on. Like, I don't know if anyone's seen the whole thing about Warzone at the moment, but that went through a huge period of massive amounts of cheaters, and they even a massive company like that is struggling to get a handle on it. And it makes you wonder if it's another, like, if cheaters are just becoming advanced to a point where even developers and software creators are struggling to actually weed them out. But
plus, sorry to interrupt.
That's okay.
Another great company to look at is Rockstar with GTA Online.
Yes.
No, there's like because I've been watching some ordinary gamers, Mudahar talk about the whole GTA Online. He's fantastic, and they're cheating software. They can like reveal IPs, but that's just because of how the whole servers are actually done in terms of like peer-to-peer and shit like that. And it's like it does get worrying, but at the same time, it's like cheaters also bring in money for the companies.
True.
If a cheater gets banned, they can just buy another account and get back out there. Yeah. And it's like, you kind of think at the back of your mind, is this why they're not really addressing it? But at the same time, it's like, would you really ruin the reputation of a video game to get more money from cheaters? And you would think, no, not really, unless you're Rockstar.
They seem to only like fixing glitches, and if it's to benefit the player, but if it's anything else, they really don't seem bothered.
No, exactly.
And a lot of the, like I said before, cheating makes a lot of people, those guys, a lot of money. It's like it's a business. Like Brian Hicks talked about it. They make a crap ton of money because, I mean, these people, they're paying, especially for DayZ stuff. I mean, a lot of it is scams, and you'll get banned, and it's just to drain your money because a lot of people who buy cheats are stupid. But some of them are paying up to $50 to $100 a week for these things, especially on DayZ. And it's just really, really bad. And the counter, what you said about, at least in DayZ, about making money, what they do is they don't buy, most of them don't buy the game, like they don't make another Steam profile and then buy the game for full price. A lot of them will go onto a website when you can buy Steam accounts with DayZ or other games on it that are usually most of the time hacked Steam accounts. Yeah. That you could get DayZ for like $7-10. I mean, those people make a lot more money just because more people buy the game for cheaper, and then that just makes them more money that way. That's what those number accounts are. They're hacked, fresh Steam profiles. That you just buy for $10, and I've literally gotten. There's this one hacker from a specific place. On official, oh my god, I got her banned, I would say about 7 times. Each damn time she would come back just do the same thing. She knows who I am now, so the good news is from me doing that, if she comes back, she hears my voice, she'll get off because I know her, because I know I have other ways to get their, I know how to get their accounts. And it's 7 times, just to be able to do that, just 7 times, 7 damn times, the same crap, just aimbot everyone in the server. I mean, these people can aimbot the whole server, and BattleEye will not detect it. Like, what? It's such a bad anti-cheat. I don't know why. They must have my theory is I think they have a deal with anti-cheat, and especially with all these, because there's new hacks coming out. It's God mode hacks. They can teleport you, they can kick you off the server, knock you unconscious. Those ones are made by specific people that I believe are some of the modding community for DayZ. Because modders don't get paid for DayZ, correct? Bohemia doesn't pay them.
No, no. The only kind of money that modders will get is donations and selling their mods. That's it. There's no affiliation with them at all.
And that in itself, sorry, go on.
Because a lot of these cheats look exactly the same as some of these admin tools. Like it's exactly the same. You got the skeleton box. They have the menu that looks exactly the same as some of the modding tools, admin tools, and I think. There's one unofficial that I believe you guys talk about him a lot. Is his name Fonzie or something like that?
He must not be named.
He must not be named. I believe one of them is him. Is he an American fellow or?
Don't know.
I don't know.
He because he'll go unofficial and he'll troll. He's cheating, of course, and he can knock people unconscious and kick them off the server for that. That doesn't show in the logs. So it's almost impossible for him to get banned. But what he does is he'll go to Northwest where the other aimbotting hackers are, and he'll get aimbotted. And how that God mode works is as soon as you hit red health, it toggles on. So the aimbotters will aimbot him, not kill him, and then he'll aimbot them, and it's hilarious. I've watched him do it a couple times, and my friend Nexus has also watched him do it. It's just
now, just to apologise, we'll come back to this topic, but I've got Trey who's just joined us. Trey, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good.
There we go. He's unmuted himself now. He has to take off shortly, so I figured we'd get him on just so we can have the discussion about the video that I uploaded that we've got here, the discussion we had last week. Is this the end of Q&E spam? And the comments got quite lively, and I'm imagining
yes,
why the comments in chat are going to get quite lively as well. I see you've got a few of your boys here as well, Trey.
Perhaps, maybe. I'm not sure. They might be.
Okay, so you left a comment. My honest opinion on the Q&E spam, I play PvP servers since I got the game. It's basically the reason I got it from console, and what I truly believe is keeping the game relevant player base wise, going off of what I see on the modded server list on DayZ, Standalone, Launcher, etc. It's mostly PvP servers with a few lightly modded servers, RP, vanilla. My point being, most of them are PvP servers, which are where the clips in my video come from, and where you see the majority of people Q&E spamming. I played tons of vanilla type servers with my friends, such as Karma Crew and Day One, etc., for fun, and I even try to not sweat as much, but it's simply just not fun to me, as it's so easy and hard to have to fun in the PvP aspect. Another reason why almost all players you see aren't doing any of this sort of movement on the server's content creators, such as yourselves play on. I just don't really understand the point of you wanting this removed. First, the drop shot and the instant stand-up gets removed, and I completely understand that. It's defo an exploit, but now you want leaning nerfed. It doesn't make any sense. Lastly, I see you favour vanilla very heavily in this video. If it weren't for modded, this game wouldn't have a quarter of the player base it has now, and the last few DayZ updates are being sure to see that it ends up that way. I believe the mechanics will make a setting for this fix for your vanilla servers. I understand where you guys are frustrated, having probably played the game for a long time. You have to realise games evolve over time, and leaning is part of the game. And embedded at this point, removing it would be bad for the game as it doesn't affect most of the game outside of PvP servers. Is there anything you want to add to that, mate?
Not really, other than it's just I don't think it should be removed, but I do think you guys are right that there should probably be a setting just for certain servers that wouldn't want it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is great why the mod that was made in response to the video, which is obviously optional. You know, if servers want to implement that, that's good. And, you know, if PvP servers don't want that, that's also good. So you still have the option there for it. I heavily doubt, to be perfectly honest, it'll ever get nerfed in vanilla, just because of the way that it functions in terms of the character movement and whatnot. But as much as I shat on the video, like calling it sweaty as fuck, I kind of, you know, got a laugh about it. Obviously, I didn't mean anything malicious by it.
I want to say, you are a fucking amazing PvPer, mate. Like, literally, I was watching that. You've got the reflexes of a young kid who's just fucking had 10 cans of Red Bull, mate. Me, I'm like a fucking steel trap that's been left in the rain for 100 fucking years, buddy. I'm lucky if I fucking get moving. We're not having a go at your PvP skills. It's just
no, I understand.
It's just for us, it's not so much. Most of us here don't play vanilla, other than Dr. V. Most of us actually play modded servers, and even I dabble at time being on the PvP servers as well, because PvP is fun. But what can I ask? What did you actually think of the nerf, the lean nerf mod? And how that interacts, basically meaning you can't do it while you're sprinting.
What are my thoughts on it? Would I like it or would I not like it?
What did you think of that?
It's good. I think it should be for certain servers that don't want it, obviously. But I'm glad that it's like an option and it's not like in the game completely yet. So, but I don't know. It's not really. I don't know how to say it. Like, I wouldn't mind it, but as long as there's a setting or a way to keep the mechanics that are now, in the game.
100% agree. 100% agree. For those servers that want it, and look, I used the clip of me saying I feel like I'm about to have an epileptic fit watching it because fuck me, your camera moves fast, mate. It's way too fast for an old bugger like me. John Deere, take offence at that comment, Boydie. But yeah, it definitely has a place in the game for those that want to play that style. Our main concern was it's definitely a play style, and I have no disagreement with you on the fact that there's probably a lot of people out there doing it. Like I watched your clip closely, and you could see some of the people you were shooting at were doing the exact same as you. A mate of mine who's in the same stream team as me, Hop, does it as well. I don't watch his stream a lot because literally, like I said, it's just too much for my poor fucking eyesight. The way the camera shakes and moves and all this other stuff. I'm like, how do you keep focus? You're dislocating your fingers with the amount of fucking Q&Es you're doing. But I just I don't feel it should be on vanilla either, Marks.
Yeah, well, look, I don't know. It was added into the game for a reason, obviously. Personally,
you can't do it on console.
Well, yeah, it's a controller. You can't do a lot of stuff on console.
No, I don't think a few of the comments were that you can't aim, you can't lean unless you're aiming
to lean.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, but I done it in my most recent video recently, and like it was Q&E left to right, and you can do it as well, where you hit you can do Q&E, and then you can hit Q&A at the same time and E and D at the same time as well, and you lean even further. And a person could not hit me to save his life. Just spam that while zigzagging at the same time as well. It's impossible to hit. So yeah, I don't know if I was guilty of it, but it's in the game. It's a feature. I'm going to use it.
The way that I see it, it's like it's a byproduct of when the character movements moved to what it is now from 0.62 to 0.63. And if people want to use it, again, that's perfectly fine. Yes, I talked about it quite a bit last week. We all did, and I kind of shit on it quite a lot. But at the same time, it's like, look, if it's in the game, it's there. If you want to use it, you can. If you don't want to, you don't have to. And if people like modders believe, like, with the mod in question that we're just talking about, if servers want to add that, that's great. But the great thing about DayZ is we've always said on the podcast is like you can play it how you want to play, and you're doing exactly that. And it's like, yes, we can have disagreements on like play styles and whatnot, and what we feel is right and what's wrong. At the end of the day, it's like play how you want to play, and you do exactly that. It's like, if I joke on be to call you sweaty and shit like that, and people joke on it's like, oh, filthy casual role player or some shit like that. Yes. That's perfectly fine. It's like it's part of the game, so it's all good. And it's really nice you've actually come on and you've talked about it. And I can see a couple of your friends, and
you need to add a bio section to your about on your YouTube channel as well, mate. I was glad you actually commented because I was trying to find you. And then I saw that you had commented and I was like, yes, I can now enter a dialogue, because I couldn't find your Twitter account for the fucking love of money, mate. But eventually I managed to find you because, even though we disagree on this topic to an extent, but it sounds like you're, and like I said, I've got no issue with this being on certain servers. If anything, the way I'd ultimately love to see it is either a mod or what Spud has suggested in chat, which I think has some merit, and that the devs basically branch their servers and have 2 versions of the game that you can choose to install on your community server if you want. One which is more hardcore, more sim-based, and one that is more arcadey, more PvP focused, more with traders and that sort of stuff. That would be a nice way around it, because the people will vote. And I 100% agree with you, mate. And we've said this before on the show. Modding is what has kept this game alive. I was playing it when it was down to 3,000 concurrent players. Yeah, the dark old days of DayZ. Were you around then, Trey?
Yeah, I think I was playing Xbox though, like in the 20. Whenever it came out, I'm not sure.
Yeah. So this was before then. This was pre 0.63, I think that was, wasn't it, fellas?
I think I started playing right around when it started coming back because of Xbox. I just brought it a little bit, and then that's when I got it. It was around 0.63, I believe, is when Xbox
Yeah,
came
it was... Yeah, because 1.0 is when it came out on Xbox and PlayStation 4. PlayStation 4 might have been a little bit later.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of shit about like when the game was getting updated. It was waiting so long for fucking PS4, and then they're like, "Oh fuck them lot, they'll just get it when it's stable," which is like, yeah, that's fair enough. But I mean, I was gonna say something, and it's fucking gone.
You need more iron brew.
Yeah. Fuel, man.
But
I need fuel.
100%. I love that there are these sort of servers. I don't play on them myself because it's not me. You know, I am more. I'll admit it. I'm more of a. I don't RP, but I like to focus on the interaction, and that's I avoid those servers because I know that 99% of the time I'm just going to get one tapped by someone running around with a Shay tack or a fucking Macmillan or whatever the modded guns are on them, and. Yeah, that's a boring experience for me. But that's not to say that that's not a good way for people to play. You play how. That's the beauty of DayZ is you can play it however you want. I just don't think that that should be part of the vanilla version of the game because it kind of goes away from what DayZ is actually at its core about. But it's a Bohemia interactive game, Trey, and you can mod it to however the fuck you want it and go for gold. They've got a very successful business model. And people like you and, you've got some fans in chat, mate, some people who love your content. Keep on uploading them, mate. Hopefully this gets some eyes on you as well because there's not a lot of people who play this style who watch us. They probably think we're just a bunch of old men yelling at clouds. But I'm going to be working that insult in as much as I can. I got called that on Reddit, Trey.
Reddit, yes.
Oh, my.
Yeah, I love it. I'm actually thinking of getting a shirt made.
You're not the one leaving comments like that on Reddit.
But no, we are open to discussions on almost anything, mate. Marks is more of a PvP player himself, and as he's admitted, he uses these tactics himself, don't you, mate?
Yeah, all the time, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, there's tons of tactics that are useful, and I don't think queuing should be removed, but there's tons that I believe should be like exploits that I know that moonwalking and
what is moonwalking? I saw somebody talk about that in chat.
You guys want to see it? I can show you it if you like.
Yeah, please
do.
I don't know whether we should, but fuck it. I want to see Michael Jackson in DayZ.
I don't know if it's a great idea for me to show you, but I'm not going to say how to do it, but it should be removed. It's eating.
Yeah, moonwalking is pretty bad.
Are you guys looking at my stream?
Yes, I am, sir.
Yeah.
All right, so say I'm just Q&Ing, running around.
I can feel that epileptic fit coming on already.
How
are you doing that?
What?
Actually, don't say. What the
I'm not going to say, but it's literally in the settings of the game. So I think this should be removed. It's so hard to hit people while they're doing it. You can zigzag.
Wow.
Okay, wow.
And you can do that on vanilla?
Yeah, you can. It's literally in your settings. Just go to your settings and it's in here. You can go sideways.
What in the hell is that?
That looks like something off Gmod.
So if Dr. B was watching you in a vanilla server, he'd probably be lodging a report on you right now to be interactive.
It looks pretty similar to like some type of movement hacks, but yeah,
I'm surprised none of you have never seen this before. It's been around for years.
I've never heard of it.
I've seen it
in a long time.
A lot of people do it on Unknown 6.
There's also ways to. You remember this, like when you'd be able to stand up instantly?
Yeah.
Yes, I know
there's a way to. There's a workaround for that as well. But
what's the one with the leaning and then dropping to the floor with rolling? I've never figured that out, but I've seen that so many times.
That?
And you sort of cut out the animation of lying down.
Oh yeah, that's
I think they patched that. I think.
Did they patch that?
There's a workaround for it, but
yeah, you could still do it. You could still do it.
This man knows.
This one's not very bad, but all you do is just bind to your spacebar to stand up instead of jump, and you can have like double binds basically, and you just stand up instantly.
Wow!
Right.
Wow. Okay. See, it's much as like I kind of like. Well, I wouldn't say disagree, but as much as I've never really heard of anyone really using these kind of like mechanics in that, people figuring out you can do it's so
Every game, mate. Every game, people work out. You know, I'm boring old man. I just pretty much play the game as it was intended. But there's always going to be people who find these ways to exploit the mechanics of the game, and they do shit that just leaves me just standing there going, "How the fuck?" Well, he's got to be a cheater. He's got to be a hacker. I'm fucking reporting this. There's no way you can stand up from laying like that, and it's a function that you can do in the fucking game. That's a bit of an oversight.
Yeah, but that moonwalk thing has been around since like before that, like drop shotting and then rolling and then standing up immediately.
Oh yeah,
I was confused why that didn't get removed, but I guess not a lot of people knew about it.
Well, they do now,
which is understandable.
I just think that is just something that should not be. Kids do that on the PvP servers I play. It's just horrible.
I can imagine. Yeah, terrible. Jesus Christ. It's really fucking interesting though, because it's like it's one of those unintended additions to the whole character movement, as I was saying before. And you know how you manage to figure it out how to do it is great, even if it's somebody telling you. But even then, they have found it out some way, shape, or form. So it's really cool that it's like you're showing us these kind of things, giving us a right fucking laugh. To be perfectly honest, that's so fucking hilarious. I love it. Would I use it? No, I wouldn't. But I'm not gonna sit here and trash people for using it, because at the end of the day, it is part of the base game. It's part of vanilla.
It's like, sorry.
I was just going to say, it's like, as much as modders, because I'm a modder myself, in case you weren't aware, Trey. It's like, you know, if they want to like create like little quality of life patches or something like that to kind of like reduce it or to fix it or whatever, then that's great. But at the end of the day, it's like if servers want to use it or don't want to use it, that's up to them as well. You know, so it's like, you know, the server you're playing on, everybody's using it. I can imagine everybody fucking loves playing on that server to an extent.
Good quick question for you, Trey. Is this all you ever play, or do you sometimes go and play the more vanilla experience as well?
No, yeah, I do with my friends. It's fun. I play like Karma Crew and stuff like that with a couple of my friends that like to play it.
That's good to hear. So, yeah, do you ever go and play the deathmatch servers?
Oh, yeah, I play those some.
I bet you fucking own on them.
yeah, they're pretty fun. Yeah, most of the servers that like you see in my highlights and stuff like that are all PvP servers with like players who do the same thing that I do.
Yeah.
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 To be fair, that's not really even a lot of people on official don't even do that. To be completely honest, I've not seen one player ever do that on official. Yeah. So
that was kind of like what my little point was, I guess. Like,
yeah.
I played like a lot of like Karma Crew, and I think I was probably the only one occasionally doing that while getting shot at. Most people were just going left and right and kind of like with their mouse. But yeah.
It's similar to the Apple thing. I think it's in the game. Someone finds it, few people pick up on it, but it benefits you somewhat whilst playing the game. So I guess for that person or that group of players, it kind of doesn't make sense to make it public because they might patch it.
Yeah, that's kind of why I'm not really fussed about showing it, because it's one of those things. If some people are doing it, then others should be aware that it is actually a thing. Like, you know, Dr. V, I heard you when he was doing the moonwalking thing. You were laughing like, "What the fuck?" I'm guessing you haven't seen that much on vanilla.
I've seen it on. I've seen it before I got banned from Unknown 6 for a little bit. I've seen people doing that a lot. That server is one of those PvP servers. Well,
it's to the point where most PvP servers have banned it. Like, you can get instantly banned for it.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Most good servers, like Lone Survivor.
That's good.
A bunch of the other bigger PvP servers are banned.
And I know when I was developing for the Hideout, they were pretty much saying, like, if you get caught using kind of these like exploits or whatever, these maneuvers, you get them banned instantly, which is kind of fair. Especially because I would imagine there'd be a very small group of people who know how to do these kind of things and gives you an unfair advantage. But at the same time, it's like, is it unfair because it is part of the game? So it's like it's kind of like that question, right? Should it be banned? Should it not be banned? Yes or no? Who fucking knows? Not me. I'm just a twat drinking iron brew. But you know, so. But I can understand at the same time why a lot of the bigger PvP servers would ban it. You know, I used to play on V++. I don't know if you do the same, Trey.
Yeah, I've played it a couple times.
Yeah, and I'm gonna sit here and say I'm not very good at PvP. I'm okay. And the amount of times, obviously, I got absolutely fucking shredded on there is just ridiculous. And you just got to learn and adapt. But I can tell that you're fine. You don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, I used to be like 29th in the world or whatever on that leaderboard or whatever the hell they did. And to be fair, that when people started doing that Q&Eing stuff, I was like, what the fuck is this? So it kind of made me not want to play anymore, to be fair. It's really not that hard to hit them if you're a good shot, but it's like, holy shit, like this dude's going all over the place. Like, where's he going? Moving so fast. You know, I don't really see the Q&E one, in my opinion, I don't know. It really just like unlimited stamina servers. It's a little bit more noticeable than servers with stamina. To be fair, that's when it could be like kind of annoying.
That server you showed the footage from last week, Mark, was that an unlimited stamina one with the guy you were trying to snipe and your Cairo killed him? I think.
Huh?
That server.
Sorry. Oh, yeah. That I completely forgot about that. That was yes.
Yep.
Yeah, that was unlimited stamina.
So that's probably why you don't see it a lot. Then, now that I think about it, on the vanilla servers, because stamina is an effect on those servers. So it probably is something that's a lot more. Has that been your experience with it, Trey?
Yeah. I would think like. Also, another fix could be maybe applying stamina to leaning and proning, kind of like how Tarkov is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and, aim down sights and stuff. You could maybe have like a little drain, like how Tarkov was for vanilla.
Yeah, I did. Yep. I did actually. Mass and I, we were talking about it. We were kind of trying to add a new stamina system, so separating the main one. So you got one for your legs and then one for your arms. So when you would hold like big heavy weapons, it would drain your stamina more, so you wouldn't be able to like aim down the sights as much. Or if you do, your sway gets really bad and shit like that. That's kind of what we wanted to do. Couldn't figure it out, so we stopped it. But having something like that for not only aiming but for leaning and shit like that would be really interesting. A really expanded stamina system would be pretty interesting to have.
I like it, but at the same time, I worry about tying too many things into stamina because it's such an important stat. Having, what am I saying? I always carry that much fucking loot. I've got no stamina left. But, it's one you've got to be careful of. You know, maybe a separate sort of function for it. I don't know, but yeah, for the time being, if you hate the actual function of it, there's a perfectly good mod there that you can add to a server which removes it. But it has a place in the game for those that enjoy that, as you said, Trey. You know, more sweaty style of play. But that's fun for some people. They enjoy that. You know, you're like I said. You know, you watch that clip closely, and the people you're PvPing with are doing the same shit back at you. So of course you're going to fucking do it on those servers. If you don't, you're at a massive disadvantage, I'm guessing.
Yeah, because the certain guns that people are using, they're really strong. So that's the main reason people do it in the first place, is just the movement to try to avoid getting shot.
Mm-hmm. I'm so used to like leaning stuff. I do it in vanilla as well. It'll get you out of a pickle. Especially
I literally only lean when I'm stationary. I've got them rebound on the side of my mouse to the buttons on the side there, and my leaning is literally like watching an old man lean.
It's literally just habit now for me, so I just kind of do it without realizing. But it's on like the vanilla servers, and not to be insulting, but a lot of people who play the vanilla servers aren't the greatest PvPers. So if you do like that leaning zigzag stuff, you're more than likely going to survive.
Yeah. Now, Trey, I think you've got to run, mate, but thank you so much for coming on. We'll definitely look at getting you back on again sometime next year as well, mate, because As much as I probably won't watch the videos because I literally, what happened? I've got to sit there rewinding it. Fucking, you've done about 5 clips, and I'm still trying to process what happened in the first one. He was this, and then he turned, and then what the, how the, what the?
Yeah.
But yeah,
for sure.
But yeah, Trey, you've been an absolute pleasure having you on. I really do appreciate it. And
thanks.
You know, the respect is really, really appreciated. You know, despite me calling you video shit and sweaty and shit. But obviously,
the quality is pretty shit on it. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, get that fucking quality up, boy. Get it fucking up there. But no, again, you've been an absolute pleasure. Thank you very much for coming on and just talking about the situation and whatnot. We really, really do appreciate it.
Yeah.
Hope to have you on again sometime in the future. And I'm still going to call you a sweaty twat.
All right. Thanks, guys.
You take care of yourself, man. Much love.
All the best, mate. And keep up the good videos. You know, you've got a core audience who love what you do, mate. And you know, keep doing that shit.
Yep. You too. See you guys.
Cheers, mate.
See you later.
Nice lad. It was good.
Actually,
it was good getting him on.
Nice.
Because what are they saying? Hitchfoot says, I don't think he mentioned it, but moonwalking also consumes less stamina. Wow. Okay.
Oh.
But I'd never seen that moonwalking before, man. That was something new for me.
Heard of it? Yeah, exactly.
I've seen it.
Mad,
Seen it a couple times.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
You probably do it. You probably do it, Marks.
I actually don't know how to.
Yes. Max is already going into Trey's DMs like, hey, can you tell me how to do it?
Right, so we will get back on track again, and we're going to go over to DrWomble now.
Hello.
Hello.
So tell us a bit about yourself, mate.
Yeah, so just a standard DayZ addict, pretty much. I've been playing the game for quite a long time. I pretty much have played it since the release of Alpha, sort of on and off. But I'm kind of one of those people who I'm happy to get into Alpha games. I'll play them, but I like to leave them to mature. You know, like a fine wine. See how they come on. And I remember one specific day, me and a friend who I started out playing DayZ with. We've been playing for a while. I can't remember when it was. It was before 0.62. And we were just adventuring, and out of absolutely nowhere. I remember it being a time where zombies were really heavy hitting to a point where it was almost difficult to actually fight them up close. And yeah, he just sort of had a zombie teleport on top of him out of nowhere, insta-kill him. And we both sort of said, yeah, I think we might come back to this, you know. We might let this develop a little bit before we get into it. But no, yeah, came back about 1.06, something around that. And yeah, just fully hooked from that point. I think it's just one of those survival games, and not even just survival games, but it's such an open world. And the interaction in it is brilliant. Like, kind of don't like to admit this, but when I was younger, I was big into World of Warcraft. And it sounds odd, but DayZ has like a lot of similarities to that game in the sense that the community around it is very solid, and it kind of directs the way the game goes, like obviously we see nowadays with DayZ. And I like that about the game. There's obviously, as we all know, there's many other versions, or I'll say versions, DayZ killers in huge inverted commas. And none of them have that feel. None of them, they all just miss the mark of open world survival. And yeah, I think that's what definitely keeps me coming back.
It's interesting you say that, because there's a few serious contenders in this field now. You know, Rust and Scum's making great strides as well. But I've never played Rust. I've been meaning to, but my gaming time is limited, and I love DayZ, so most of my time goes into DayZ and a bit into Scum here and there. But the thing that that separates DayZ a lot from Scum in particular is it's an even playing field, barring your own PC and the specs of your hardware and all the rest of it, your internet connection. It's a level playing field. It comes down to your skill as a player, not down to any random stats or stats that you may assign to the character, which make them hard at the spot or make them move faster or make them stronger or make them better at shooting. Everyone is the same, and it's purely down to your individual skill. And for the most part, barring the PvP servers, and Trey, it was great to have you on, mate. Thank you so much. But it's level. It literally is. And as much as I hate, sometimes it's used in a rather toxic manner, but it's just a case of get good. If you constantly die, it's down to you. Yes, there might be cheaters every now and then. Dr. V talked about how many he encounters on vanilla and that. But for the most part, DayZ is just a blank canvas, and you can do whatever you want, and you never know what's going to happen each time. And if you see someone, barring what gun they've got, you've got as good a chance of at killing them as they have of you most of the time, unless they're doing something nefarious.
Yeah, definitely. And like you say, talking about Scum, I won't go too deep into it because honestly, it frustrates me. But being around for DayZ for so long, I know most of the people here have played for a lot longer than me, but how far it's come, all the different problems it's been through, the different features, and all those types of things that have affected gameplay. Playing Scum is kind of made me realise how kind of minimal some of those bugs actually have been, in that Scum, as a survival game, and to be honest, a lot of the others in the genre, Rust not really included in it, you kind of feel a lot of the time that the skill doesn't come into it, like Boydie says, and a lot of the time it's the game that kind of holds you back. Like talking about stamina, like you said before, I think that's one thing DayZ has done really, really well, especially against games like Scum. I don't know, there's something they just missed the mark on that DayZ just has right.
Well, look at DayZ. Like one of the crowning achievements, I think, for them was with the running up and down hills. For those who remember, back in the early days, you could sprint full fucking speed up and down hills and all the rest of it, which is so unrealistic. And then they removed it, and everyone was like, "But I can't sprint up hills anymore." And so they introduced the stamina system. So if you've got stamina, you can still sprint for the length of your stamina. I think it was a nice compromise, and it works very well. It's kind of, and it allows those who want to be able to sprint up and down hills to just go to the no stamina servers, or the unlimited stamina, I should say, and they can play the way that they want to. But the vanilla version of the game has got a healthy balance, I think.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing that's becoming quite apparent in DayZ, especially sort of the back end of last year and this year. It's always been there, but when you talk about community servers, and obviously there is, in my opinion, quite a large divide, especially this year, in the sort of sets of servers there are out there. You've got your corner of very hardcore, true to the game, if not harder, and then you've got boosted loot that's, if anything, it's more sort of quick and easy to get into the game. You don't have to sort of build up too much. And then you have the really hardcore sort of PvP side. And I think where previous everyone was sort of on a sliding scale of that, it feels, especially this year, the sliding scale is more sort of categories. And you kind of one of those categories, and they don't seem to split out, which is like Spud said before in chat about splitting the game and having a hardcore, and I understand console is obviously a major part.
Yes,
but I think that's what community allows, and it allows us to do it in the ways that we want to, rather than the way that they determine it. Like, this is going back years, but I remember when DayZ was sort of coming up in the ranks, H1Z1 was quite a big game. I played a lot of that, And when they did that split, although it's a completely different ideology, they had the split of King of the Hill, the Battle Royale kind of, and then Just Survive. And the thing was, and obviously this isn't hardcore, but
yeah, no, of course,
it ruined the game because it had something different. It had choice in it, and by doing that, you realise just how boring the survival side was in that particular game.
Yes.
Whereas you go on Community, and I think maybe some people here probably stick to the same sort of style of server. I tend to kind of play a little bit of everything, to be honest. And they always say it, you guys always say it, but that is the brilliance of DayZ. There is such a gigantic spectrum of the styles, and I think that is what keeps most people hooked. You get bored of a server, you find a new one. And
thinking of that, your thought about H1Z1 splitting the Battle Royale and the survival game up, do you think that's why they scrapped survival games? Because there'd be two different parts of the game, so they didn't want to kill one part?
I think they scrapped it because it was terrible.
Yeah, it was awful, but...
Did anyone play the Survive version when it split?
No.
Nope. Maybe once, I think, but I can't remember.
So bad.
They got rid of it because a lot of the players were migrating over to the King of the Hill version of the game.
Yeah.
And they just completely missed the mark with the Just Survive. So instead of trying to go back and fix it, they were like, look, our players are speaking to us by where they are actually playing on our game. We'll just focus on that. And they did, and it was successful for a while. But I'm not too sure. I'm pretty sure the game's completely dead now. But
it is. Yeah. I think servers are even down.
And
it's like the thing I love about DayZ is it's simple. It's not overly complex like Scum is, whereas it does benefit Scum in that regard. And in Rust, I can't speak too much on Rust because I haven't really played it. I don't even fucking have it, so I won't touch on that, because I don't want to be misinformed on that. But with DayZ, it's just everything about it, at its core, it's simple. You don't have like these advanced spawning mechanics or anything like that. You don't have shit like that. It's just you spawn on the coast, head north, and there you go. Well, for Chernarus, and then obviously Livonia, you head down south. But it's kind of like, and it's very, how do you say it? It's like, yes, it's common sense to all of us now. We've got God knows how many fucking hours in the game, but even when you're new and you actually just think, you can pick it up. And it's like, I didn't even use saline bags for quite a long fucking time until about over 1,000 hours because I never needed to use it, but now I do use it. And it's like, it's just simple. Everything about it's simple. And if you die, that's it. You're back at the coast. You're back to square one. And you go at it again.
No respawning at your base.
Exactly. It's a simple loop. And it's addicting. And I think it's one of the reasons why people do stick around with DayZ, because overall it is rather simple. They're not overcomplicating it. And whereas you have the inverted course or shit, whatever, like the DayZ killers, they try and get the concept of DayZ and they overcomplicate it. And it's like, look, if you want a DayZ killer, get the exact same loop, get the exact same core of what DayZ does.
Build it on the Unreal Engine.
Improve on it.
Both of them, just improve on it. It's like, yes, I love DayZ. We all love DayZ. We're all fucking great fans of it, and we've made a lot of good memories. But fanboys, and this is what I like to say, fanboys say there's nothing wrong with the game. It's perfect. DayZ is not a perfect fucking game.
Exactly.
It's fucking not. And it's like, I'm pretty sure we can say, at least I can say, if a game like DayZ, exactly like DayZ, came out for the Unreal Engine 5 or whatever, we'd all go straight to it. If it was exactly the same, we would go to it. Maybe. I've yet to see any game that's actually accomplished that.
Yeah.
And like even with Dead Matter, it's in closed alpha right now, and very broken start, and that's whatever. And people were saying, "Oh, it's going to be a DayZ killer. It's going to be a DayZ killer. Yada yada yada. Blah blah blah." No, it's not.
No. I think that's putting too much on it. It's never going to live up to even if you don't think DayZ's a great game, the achievements it's made, you're stretching.
It spawned the Battle Royale series.
Exactly.
let's just put that in perspective.
DayZ's got such a legacy. It's when you think of open world survival games, especially of the more horror genre, DayZ is one of the first that comes to mind.
Yes, it absolutely is.
Yeah, there's a certain level of nostalgia for some people. For some people that nostalgia is, I fucking hate what they did to the game. But there's a certain thing about DayZ for a lot of people out there. You look at so many of the big guys, Shroud and Summit and all the rest of them, they still come back and play DayZ. These are guys who probably get offers to play other games for tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars, and yet they still all end up back on DayZ in cycles. Because they're a bit like you, Doc, in that they play other games as well. But they still come back and play this supposedly dead game on a clunky engine that was released 8 years ago.
Yeah. Like it's with that. I was ranting about it in the Discord the other day, but that Day Before game that's coming out, and I saw a TikTok of it, and I've seen a few of them, and they're like, "Yeah, it's DayZ with better graphics." So it's like I'm like, it's nothing like DayZ. It's more like The Division than anything else.
Yeah.
It's nothing like that. Game is not going to be good, and I can guarantee that straight away.
They couldn't even get a pre-release teaser come out at the time they said it would. So I have very little hope for that right now.
Yeah, the scam before.
I think one of the big things is with DayZ that's always skimmed over, because when you're used to playing the game, it's just part of gearing up and whatever you want to call it. But DayZ has the grind so perfectly in that the different areas of loot, whether it be hard to find, easy to find, on community, on official, whatever, that grind, I think, even if you don't realize it, is what you miss when you go to other games. And you see at the moment, things like Tarkov, there was a big period where a lot of people playing that were saying, oh, this is too easy, or that's, I'm building too much money. And it's that grind, I think, that you might not realize it, but it's why you keep coming back.
Yeah.
You want to go out, you want to see what you find, but you also want to kind of know you can find it at the same time. And DayZ always gives you that.
Yeah, and the good thing with DayZ, it's like it's had God knows how many years now to refine that process. Whereas new games coming out, they're just starting. And I think the problem, one of the main problems about like new games that's the DayZ killer, is exactly that. The media and people are labeling it as a DayZ killer, which will then make people's expectations go absolutely through the fucking roof. And then when it can't deliver because that's not what they're going for, the games fail every single time. And it's like, look, if we actually had a good competitor to DayZ, that would be fucking fantastic. The market, I think, needs it. Because as much as DayZ is that it does provide that unique experience, we need something else to kind of like really spice things up. We're not going to get out of the Day Before. We're not going to get out of Dead Matter. We're not going to get out of Rust. Rust is a completely different ballpark from DayZ. Completely two different games. They're going for completely two separate things. So when people compare DayZ to Rust, it's a bit weird. It's like that's not kind of. I know we kind of did it with the reporting system, but that's different. That's whatever. But it just does not make any sense to me. Now, like I said before, if somebody was to actually create a game that took the core part of the game and not expanded on it, but improved on the bits that do fail, that we can all agree, okay, that doesn't work as well. And there you go. Done. And that's all we need. But nobody's going to fucking do it, because every single time somebody gets close to doing it, they have to split off because DayZ killer and all that kind of fucking shit. And then it's like, well, we don't want to copy DayZ 1-to-1. It's like, just it's an absolute shame.
I think DayZ's kind of created, not DayZ, but I would say maybe the community and certain people around it in the past have kind of made it hard for the genre in the sense that I see this, I know I'm going back to it again, but I see this in Scum community a lot, in that a lot of people will stan, as you say, all the time in the sort of kind of fanboy-esque way. And I think that because people know what happens when people start slating a game for, like we all know, fix your game, fix your cars, fix your whatever it is.
Yeah.
Now there's that sort of bubble around DayZ where a lot of people are kind of a little bit scared to criticize too heavily in case that backlash reoccurs. Mm-hmm. And that's creating a big problem in the genre, in that the core fans won't criticize in case that happens to their game, and it kind of stops them from getting to a point where it could contend with DayZ.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you. I completely do agree with you. Again, we all love DayZ, and with Scum, especially for yourself, Boydie, it gets to you in that particular way where it does appease to you. Now,
but it appeals to me for different reasons.
Exactly.
And that is why I get so frustrated when people say, stop playing DayZ, go play Scum. I'm sorry, but you can play both games. They're so fucking different. Rust is so different. Scum is so different. 7 Days to Die is so different. And I love the fact that, as much as I see where you're coming from with saying, if someone could improve upon DayZ, I don't think that that's going to be successful unless they did something, with the latest Unreal Engine, the same size, basically reinvented the same game. Because let's face it, like we've talked about with the maps, everyone goes and checks out the new maps, and for the most part, they all seem to still end up back on good old faithful Churnerus. There's a certain something about DayZ, but I play Scum occasionally for different reasons. It's a different game. You've had the attributes and all the rest of it that you can assign to points, and it's a different feel. Similar, they are similar. They're both open world survival-ish sort of games. But yeah, it's. I think someone needs to try to not copy DayZ, but do something that will stand on its own two legs. For its own reasons,
and complements the whole genre in what they're trying to go for. That would be great, as long as it doesn't actually detract from what I would say makes DayZ great and DayZ stand on its own two legs.
Scum scares a lot of people because of how complex it is. Like you said,
it does to me.
A lot of people look at it, and when I was trying to talk people into giving it a shot again, the overwhelming feedback I got was that medical system. You need to have a medical degree to understand it. It's not that bad, but I understand why people say it. It looks overwhelming, but for the most part, you just ignore a lot of it. You find some multivitamins and you pop one of them every now and then, and you get some mushrooms, and they help your vitamin B, but they were a little bit over the top before. But there's aspects of it which I just so love. The crafting and the base building is next level good. I have so much fun building bases. The cooking is got a lot of potential, but at the moment it's really lacking. But I can't wait till they add it. And the people who love to sit in camp, and you can make apple pies and chili con carne and beef stews and spaghetti bolognese and all these great recipes, and they're going to actually be adding a reason to do them as well. So
and you kind of have to grind to get the ingredients for it, which is another aspect that you don't really get in DayZ to an extent, because you just go and find some tack bake and then you're away. Yep,
and cooking in DayZ is so basic, but that's part of the charm of DayZ. You don't need to get 4 cans and a bunch of sticks and pieces of scrap metal to craft a barbecue and all the rest of it. You just light a fire, put it on a sharpened stick. It's basic, and people like that. You got to still go and cook food, or be lucky and find enough ready to go food. But DayZ's where it is for a reason, folks. The simplicity of the game at times is to its advantage. As much as we, quite often talk on the show about certain aspects of it need to be improved, I kind of temper that a little bit with, but do they really? is part of the charm of DayZ, the fact that it is quite a simple game at its core. As much as some people log in and go, what the fuck am I meant to do? Why am I cold? Why am I fucking hungry? Why am I thirsty? It's not the most... You don't need to be a fucking, open wood survivalist with a degree in fucking medical science to survive in this game.
No, and like you say, the simplicity applies to the mechanics as well.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of people, I think there was maybe even a conversation last week about wounds and things like that, and obviously just bandaging, and then Scum's the opposite side of the scale where you have levels of wounds and things like that. But
which I love.
In itself, is brilliant, but at the same time, it, in a strange way, the mechanic itself breaks immersion. Because you've got to go into your UI and
to see what your level of wound is, and
exactly, which is cool, and it's better that you have that level and you've got to treat it in a certain way. But at the same time, it sort of breaks that survival feel just a little bit compared to DayZ, because you can't just whip a bandage out and off your.
I couldn't imagine someone like Smoke or the Running Man playing the game, because both of them prefer their simple, minimal, obtrusive stuff on their screens and constantly opening up that user interface, which is very overwhelming. Even they've just redone it as well, and it's still very overwhelming. And kind of does it suits the lore of the game, but a lot of people aren't aware of the lore of the game. Don't want to be aware of the lore of the game. They just want to get in, find a gun, and go shoot some people. And to have to monitor your stats and it's very full on, very, very full on. Great game, but it's not DayZ, and DayZ's not Scum. They're both two separate games, and Now, I do want to move on. There was something I became aware of through the week. Now, sadly, I wasn't very familiar with the name. I believe I'd heard it, but I never actually watched him. But there was a guy named Terry Wong, who's a UK-based streamer. And sadly, I heard during the week he'd passed away. I don't know what the background was behind that. I didn't bother to ask. I didn't want to ask. That's for those who knew him closely to be aware of. But I just wanted to raise the awareness of his name and just share a few clips from his channel, just so that for those who didn't know Terry, he seems, the clip we're about to watch, he kind of reminds me a bit of another guy, June11944. Just I'll play the clip and let you guys watch it.
Got options.
Hey, hands up, hands up, hands up, hands up. Hands up.
Oh shit, wrong button. I pressed the wrong F button. I flipped in the bird. Shit. He was waiting for me to cross that river. You motherfucker. Got options.
Hey, hands up, hands up, hands up, hands up.
What else have we got from him? But yeah, I just wanted to share some basic clips from him. What have we got here? Little drama.
Where the fuck
I
am I going?
I know.
Yeah.
Come with me.
Okay.
I know the map. I've played it like a fucking no-life for 2 months already.
Like a little Terminator.
Fuck you!
That's right.
You stupid bitch! Why you kill me? I help you kill zombies and you kill me. Fuck you!
Are you are you Norwegian? Are you Norwegian?
Be careful, sir.
I don't want to talk to you, you stupid bitch.
Be careful.
Norwegian people are fucking toxic. Now go fuck yourself, you dumb bitch. Bye.
I help you and you kill me. I help you and you kill me like a dog. You little dog.
You're a dog. I just wanted to put you down. That's all.
You hate this.
Fucking salty bitch. Get the fuck out.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
Probably not the best clip to have watched, but yeah.
Fuck me. That's great though. Fuck it hell.
See any movement? Any movement?
On the right. No, I'm not.
That was at us. That was at us. Definitely. Oh, see, player. Down, one down, one down.
Oh!
Shot.
One down.
Not bad at all.
And one more. We'll see what this one is.
There's a chance he didn't. He's going to fucking tightrope that. I've got a feeling. That's about 100 meters, right? I'll go for his chest. Boom!
Oh, nice shot.
Take that shit. Look at that, Terry's dope. Terry's fucking level 10 now. That shot was level 10.
I just liked what I saw. I wish I'd actually been aware more of his channel, because he seems like he was quite an entertaining streamer. And my heart goes out to all of those who knew him, to those who watched him. I do know that a fellow Aussie was aware of him, G-Unit, and he attended a memorial that they held for him 6 days ago. I will have a link to this in the description of the video for those who would like to go and watch it. It's a long video, but yeah, he's got a great voice, doesn't he, Hunter? Just one of those voices that you would just be chuckling away. Yeah, and it seems like he wasn't, an OG PvPer, like when he was that scene where he shot the guy up the hill. And he was scoped in and he started dragging the scope across to when he heard the shot, and I was sitting there thinking, yeah, that's how I would be playing. So, yeah, my heart goes out to Terry's family. Don't know much about him, sadly, but I didn't want to delve in, and I just wanted to shout out someone who obviously made a bit of an impact. You know, this come up on my Twitter feed. So there's obviously a community out there who were fans of Terry, and we wish you all the best in what must be quite difficult times. Yeah. Heart goes out to all of you. So yeah, Terry Wong, rest in peace, buddy. Now, what we were talking about before, we were talking about, DayZ and why it is, but I found this on Reddit. Yes, folks, despite what we said last week about Reddit, we'll be talking more about that as well later. I do like Reddit DayZ. Okay, DayZ should be more popular. So this maybe has been discussed before, but DayZ is a great game. Yes, it has many issues, but the core mechanics and overall experience are there. I have played on PC with mods and console, and I just don't get how this game hasn't picked up steam yet with the general gaming community. I know there are loyal fans like us, but damn, this game probably would be one of the most desirable games to play with friends if people actually knew about it. I hope one day the development team will push for crossplay and also push for more advertisement, because I believe this game, although flawed, has so much potential. Any thoughts? I don't know about crossplay. As much as I've joked in the past, it'd be great for me because I would actually be able to kill some people with my mouse keyboard advantage over console players. But I definitely would love to see more advertising for DayZ.
Yeah, and I think definitely on that one, you like to think that it's because BI aren't, the biggest company around, and they probably don't have the largest budget for games. But I think a huge part in the reason don't is the time aspect of the game. In that sense, it's one of those that it does take you a while to get used to it and to understand it. I think the culture around gaming now is a lot, Call of Duty, jump in, shoot a few guys, log out.
Have dinner.
Don't know.
Watch something with the missus and go to bed. DayZ is a time-intensive game.
Most really definitely.
Mm-hmm. That's the thing. It's when people talk about the popularity of DayZ, how do you explain it? Because I do agree that the game should be more popular, that's for sure. But at the same time, DayZ is a very niche title. But it's one of those OG titles that will probably go on for maybe another couple of years. We've already got confirmation for 2022 development, which is great. It's like, it's when people monitor the Steam numbers. I don't think it's ever going to get in parity to when it launched ever. At least on PC, it never will. But that's fine by me. And I'm fine with DayZ not being in the same level as Call of Duty or Battlefield or fucking whatever, right?
Let's face it, they're flash in the pan games. You know, they have to release a new Call of Duty every year to keep people interested. DayZ, 8 years, still going.
9 years, something like that.
Yeah,
and that's the thing. That's the beauty of it, is that it is still going. It's still doing what it set out to do. And yeah, sure, it's not as popular as those other titles, but again, that's fine by me. I really don't mind that. And the game will continue getting development, and it'll continue getting love, and it'll always be that way. Would it be nice if the game did get popular? I guess it depends on who you ask. But right now, I don't mind it. I think DayZ, where it is in a good position. It's at a good place. And if it continues to improve, then it continues to improve. That's all I can really say on that.
Yeah.
But if it dies, it dies. I mean, there you go. It's like
I brought
before, so
I brought especially recently, quite a few players in to play with me that I've built PCs for, or they've happened to have got PCs. And they all have almost the exact same love-hate relationship with it. That it's unexplainable. If you play DayZ, you completely understand that. And every other game is you either love it or you hate it. And there's not really any in-between with it. But DayZ, there's so many people, like you see it all the time in the community. There'll be people who've not played for 5 years, or people who've just quit recently, or they'll come back. Even if it's only for a few months, they will come back. And I think that's what keeps it going and keeps it, although not massively lively, it keeps it still going because it just drags you back in.
Look, I'm looking at the Steam charts right now.
Yeah.
And Counter-Strike Global Offensive is still the most popular game. Dota 2 is up there as well. And then you've got, PUBG, a large Asian player base, and Destiny, Age of Empires 4, a new game just out. Phasmophobia still doing really well. Payday 2.
Yeah.
There's PC in particular. There's a lot of people who really like Gary's Mod, who really like playing these nostalgia games. And DayZ, I'd almost hazard to say, I don't think he's right per se. DayZ is still a very popular game. To be this old, this supposedly broken and dead, and the number 27th most played game in the world on the Steam charts, she's doing all right. Where's
That's
Armour?
Impressive, really.
Where's the Armour 3's at number 45? Yeah, and not a lot of difference. It's about 14,000 players difference between the two. But
see, that's
their titles hold.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the thing. That's just on Steam.
Yeah.
And when you take an account for console, that number's probably fucking quadrupled or whatever. And ARM is still always going to be at that number because obviously it doesn't have any other fucking versions.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's DayZ, it is a popular game, but like I said before, it's fine where it is. Don't need to worry about it dying anytime soon. It's still got a really good console community. And it's got a pretty solid PC community. And I will say, I hope it never merges. Like cross-platform, I hope it never happens.
Yeah, it won't end well.
Surprisingly, it's in the top 50. Admittedly, this is from the Microsoft site, so they may be skewing it. You might be able to pay to get your game more featured, but it actually makes the top 50 page for Xbox.
That's because with Game Pass, so
exactly.
they were clever to do
that. Yeah, exactly. With Game Pass, it means that a lot more people can play it, and then there you go. It just proves my point. DayZ is a fucking popular game, but it doesn't need like a population injection like other games do, anything like that, like a massive advertising campaign. It doesn't need it. It's one of those, in my opinion, it's one of those very rare games where you just need to say the name and any fucker will know about it.
Apparently it's number 19 on PlayStation. I'm actually got to say, I'm kind of genuinely surprised. I did not expect that for console. So shout out to our console peeps, you fucking legends. I didn't realize it's ranking higher on PlayStation, and that's not because of Game Pass. They don't have that for DayZ on PlayStation.
It's higher on FIFA 21, so that has to tell you something.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, all you have to do is search, a bit of an old platform, but search on Facebook for DayZ-based groups. The amount of ones based around console is incredible. There's a huge number of them, and they're massively active as well. There's lots of people in them.
See, DayZ doesn't need an advertising because the people who make videos on DayZ, you know, the big ones like Running Man's, JLK, the amount of copies of games that are sold when they upload a video, you know, is insane. Like, I've even had people in my comments come to me and say, "You got me into DayZ. I bought DayZ because of your videos and stuff." And it's like, it's cool to see, you know. They don't need this big advertising campaign for it. They'll probably maybe advertise Armo when that comes out for maybe the first month or something because it's brand new.
Yeah,
but
DayZ's got a lot of word of mouth. I wear my hat, I wear my shirt out, and it's not a lot, but I constantly get people say, "Oh, is that game still going?" So I would say that they need to do something. Because there's a lot of people out there who, you know, their experience with DayZ was back, you know, in the early days of the mod, breaking your leg every time you went through a door or something like that, or down a ladder. And they don't realise how far. And, you know, I point out to them, there's actually, you know, we reached an all-time peak not that long ago, and there's still a very solid core player base. It did get very dark there, but there's a lot of people, and now that it's on console, if anything, that's helping the PC community, because we all know, we've all got friends now who started off on console.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like we've had people next to K who said, like, they bought the game on PC just to play on our servers, which is great. And it's fucking annoying when we're only open on the weekends and shit like that. But I mean, the amount of people that we've had on the podcast as well, obviously we do respect them. They initially played on console. I believe you yourself, Womble, you played on console first, and then you went to PC. So,
yeah, not specifically DayZ, but yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, exactly. So it's like, I always think, whereas console is a viable platform to play DayZ, it's
Cinnamon calling half the map for one more thing.
Naturally, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's a good taster for what DayZ truly offers on PC, which is obviously where its home is. So, you know, when people, you know, on console, they talk about, oh, you know, these PC players, they get all these modded servers and all these modded weapons and clothes and shit. So I wish I could play. And it's like, look, I fucking wish you could as well.
Well, you've got a great segue into the next topic. They're doing some amazing shit over on console. Have you guys seen this video by...
This is incredible.
Fucking DonSibley, man. He's out. I'm so glad we added him to the team.
Great.
He just finds so much cool shit and helps make so much cool shit. But how cool is this, a forest fire in DayZ? And this is console, folks. This is not fucking PC. I have not seen anything like this on PC yet.
No, that's what I thought watching it. Like, how is there not a server that has tried this out already? And just the fact they're coming up with that for console, I think, is amazing. It's incredible.
Would that kill performance? Because I'm guessing the smoke is heli crashes on the ground, right?
Probably using the same particles.
Yeah.
Helis and bonfires under the world, as Foxy's saying. But it's so cool. It's such a nice take on the whole thing, and it does really prove what you can do in consoles. Like, oh, there's no modding support, there's nothing like that. I mean, technically, yes, there isn't, but there's still so much you can fucking do, and Daone just keeps continuing to prove that, as well as other people in the console community that keep continuing to impress even us PC players. Like, how the fuck have you done that? It's great.
I want to give a shout out to Daone as well, He did a tweet recently. He did a funny one, which is getting a lot of traction. He managed to piss off a lot of the Red Pill crowd on TikTok. But he put a tweet out as well where he said that he understands that a lot of console servers don't have access to a PC to do a lot of this stuff. And he said, hit me up. So he's basically said, I'll help you do some modding of your console server. The guy is just a fucking, we talked about this, was it last week or the week before? The guy is a true ambassador of the game. He is a genuine gentleman, and I have just got so much time and respect for the man, because, he's passionate about the game, and he's not a one-trick pony either. He plays other games as well, but, please give Don a fucking follow. It's just amazing. He seems to be focusing more on the console community, and I'm so glad he is, because there's a bridge between PC and console. We all love this game, DayZ, and regardless of our jokes every now and then, we want to see console have the best possible experience that they can get. And working with stuff like this is amazing. Hats off to him.
Exactly.
Definitely.
He's been absolutely, ever since I got first introduced to him, like months and months ago before I became part of the podcast, it was just the shit he was doing was great. The first time I ever heard from him was his whole green screen stuff.
Yeah.
Which I thought was absolutely fantastic. It's like, how fucking into the game must you be to just do that?
And his missus painted that for him as well, which is
exactly, which is even better.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, mate. Oh, God, I
remember when he told me that. I said, mate, have you got a 12-inch dick or something?
Yeah, he's funny as well. Very, very funny.
Very funny guy. Very funny guy.
Got to love him.
He said before that TikTok, I was absolutely howling watching his replies to the comments.
Yes.
He's just got a natural sense of humour. That guy.
He got Candace Owens' clip talking about where they need to invade Australia to free us, and I know that clip's taken a bit out of context, but it's still a funny clip, and it was just he's a comedian at his core. If you know anything about Don. He used to do videos, and he posts some of these on his Twitter and that, where he'd walk around and he'd just ask people silly questions and stuff like that. And people, because they don't know him and know that he's a comedian, and because everyone wants to get butthurt about everything these days, they took him out of context, and it was basically Don just sitting there in his house while she's ranting about Australia being a tyrannical country under full lockdown, with police breaking down doors, and he's sitting in his phone watching the screen, and he's looking over his shoulder like,
what?
Where? And then all these people saying, we know the truth. We know you're locked in your house. So then he's replying to people, and he's actually walking around, and he's asked, Siri, how far am I from home? And they're just losing their shit. They're losing their shit. It was fucking hilarious. Absolutely.
So fucking.
I love the guy. He's one of those accounts you should be following because he's funny, and he's very creative as well. Very, very creative.
Right. And he streams trees. So, I mean, what more can you want?
Yep. Exactly. Now,
doing God's work.
Something I was thinking about through the week. Who are the titans of DayZ these days? So, back in the day, we used to have, Frankie. We had Mr. Moon. We had, Jam Jar. All these guys who've now moved on to bigger and better things. But there's been a new surge of some fresh blood. There's still a few of the people who were around back then who have now grown up to be bigger channels, like the Running Man, Minder, Toprek, and so on. But there's a lot of names that are really making waves. JLK, we talked about last week how he's got 8 videos with over 1 million views now on DayZ. Who is it for you guys? Who do you look at as the poster children of DayZ now? Dr. V, we'll start with you, buddy.
I don't really watch any DayZ content, to be fair. I watch the Running Man. That's really the only one I somewhat watch. And Fresh Spawns. I really like him. He's funny.
Yep. Yeah, there's another growing channel, Fresh Spawns. They've got that unique duo perspective, which no one else is really doing. You see plenty of collabs, but these two are a permanent collab, which is, I'm just waiting for them to have their fallout. They'll have to do a fake one, I reckon, just because everyone expects that whenever there's a duo, and they'll have to come up with some fake beef with each other or something like that.
Getting those views, boys.
What about you, Womble? Who was yours?
I'll be honest, I watch pretty much everyone.
Yep.
For me, ArchieStormCloud, I really enjoy his content. He did recently did a fairy tale style one. I think he's done one before, and it's kind of gimmicky, but the way he did it is absolutely brilliant. Like, it's so well scripted. You can tell he's put good amount of hours into it. JLK definitely. Nezar, I enjoy Nezar just because some of the stuff he pulls off, especially with base raids and things, you think, how is this guy managing this? And I think, honestly, for me, the king overall, just for how well the content's done, is, and he doesn't post much, but Sour Sweet.
Yes.
Some of his movie videos are absolutely amazing. And you sort of, I find a lot, when you play DayZ, a lot of videos you watch, you're just watching the video. Sour Sweet, you almost feel like you're there with him. And that's, I find that quite unique.
I've got to say, Gecko Fish as well is absolutely killing it. Yeah, we had him on the podcast.
Yeah,
Fuck, he's funny. He is so funny. But yeah, just looking at the channel now on Twitch, because it's easier to see numbers. Toprek, 820 viewers. Evie, 190. Foxy Fox Girl, 100. Super FT Lol, 63. It's still a very healthy category, DayZ. 4.1 thousand viewers, and yeah.
Oh yeah.
2.8 million people follow the game on Twitter. On Twitch. What about you, Marks? Who are your go-to people?
I don't watch a lot of DayZ again because it's just my entire life around DayZ. So
yeah.
JLK is obviously up there. He's one of the ones I always watch when he puts a video out because they're just the level of quality that goes into him, and you know that he's putting time and he's putting money into these videos as well. Is insane. I watch Anarchy as well. Obviously, his cheater series is controversial, but at the same time, quite good. You know, it brings a different, unique aspect to watching DayZ videos that you don't always see. There's probably more out there, but I just can't think of any.
You just love that ASMR voice, don't you? You go to sleep listening to Anarchy rumbling in your ear.
It's the best
voice. But Foxy's right there. That's someone who I really miss, is Barely Infected. There's been a lot of people who, just disappeared from the scene. Barely Infected, I still remember and lament the good old days of the holy trio of DayZ for me, the Running Man, Super FT Lol, and Barely Infected playing together. And when something cool happened, pretty much all three of them would upload a video so you could see three different perspectives of the same battle. Most games you can only do that, like in PUBG you can record and go back and watch the replay of your game, and you can fly around and see everything. DayZ, you can't do that. But when you had three people uploading their view of the same interaction or the same battle, fuck, it was good to watch. Because you'd hear the call outs, but you watch someone's video and it's just their perspective. You're not really sure what their teammates are doing or where they are. But yeah, it's been a long time since those three have played together. And you are right, Super FT Lol is very underrated. He's an amazing streamer. Him and Renee used to do the first DayZ podcast, Altercast, which was inspiration for this show. Back in the day, it was brilliant. It was the two of them would just play together and talk about the latest patch notes or anything else DayZ related, and it was just great listening to two mates who genuinely like each other talking about DayZ.
There you go.
But yeah,
and I think you've obviously got to give Marks a shout out. Come on. just Marks, for me, the one thing I love about Marks's channel is, like, obviously I enjoy your gameplay, but every time a patch comes out, and I think most people in the community will agree with this, I will happily go and watch his video over reading through the patch notes. Most definitely. Like that. And there's not many people that do that kind of thing either.
Yeah. Yeah, well, thank you. I appreciate it. I get that a lot in comments videos. They're like waiting for your video. Like when I upload a patch video, they're like, I was waiting for this because I wanted to see what was in the updates. And I like doing them. Like I personally genuinely like making those videos more sometimes than gameplay videos.
Mate, you throw at the fucking mouth what you're on about. See, for me, when it comes to content creators, I'll actually watch you, Marks. You're one of the very few people I'll actually watch.
That's good to hear.
Because, you know, like DayZ content creators, you know, life is DayZ. So sometimes you just need a little bit of a fucking break.
Yeah.
But I'll watch stuff for the podcast. But when it comes to the actual main question, when I think of DayZ, I think of people like the Running Mans, Sour Sweets, Geckofish, Nazar, people like them. You know, Running Mans is one of the very few OGs left, in my opinion, that is still going strong. You got up and coming people like Nazar and Geckofish, and obviously yourself, Max, and you know, Sour Sweet. Every single time I think of him, all I can remember is when 2 years ago, and I still can't believe I still fucking remember, he got inspired by my artwork so much, he made his own variation in my style back then for one of his thumbnails 2 years ago, and I was like, what the fuck? And I still think about it. It's like, what the fuck? And pretty cool. I'm so happy he's still doing stuff. I really, really am. And I mean, that's all I can really say on it when it comes to the content creators, because, you know, going back to what we were saying about the advertisements and shit like that, they are the advertisers, you know? So, well, there is that, exactly. Yeah, well, no. But it's like, and I always look forward to more content creators that actually put their own spin on the whole formula. You know, Nazar, he kind of, from when he was doing videos in XTK and whatnot, he had really nice cinematics, and he was explaining the servers, you know, as well as you did, Max, and as well as Geckofish. In fact, that's where I was first introduced to Gecko. And all of them have something unique about them that pulls me towards them. It's not just the same. It's like if I want to watch just chill out, plain, simple DayZ, I'll watch Running Man's. And he does his videos in a really unique way. If I want informative videos with a bit of like entertainment, I'll watch Mark's. If I want pure entertainment, I'll watch Gecko. If I just can't really decide, I'll watch Nazar. And Sour Sweet, just whatever he fucking uploads, I suppose. But that's the way I do it. That's the way I do everything like that.
I knew there was a post there. I wanted to try and find it. I was surprised with some of the answers here. The thing that disappointed me the most, though, was it's great that we've mentioned some of the up-and-comers, because for the most part, people seem to just mention the big guys. You know, we've got the Running Man, Smoke, Wobo. Wobo's kind of unique, though. Wobo is...
That's a wizard.
ArchieStormCloud's kind of in that same category. The best tutorials. South Sweet is cool as fuck. Don't have strong opinions of Tobrick or Amish said. You know, you got Ben Fruit, Seramore, Mr. OG, the Running Man, Lax Hawthorne. There's so many channels there that it's great to see people, you know, mentioning some of the big guys, but don't be afraid to scroll down that streaming bar and you know, look for and, you know, even ask on somewhere like Reddit or in our Discord who else is good to watch, because there's so many amazing people out there that might be, you know, like Trey, who was on before, makes the PvP montage videos. I used to watch all of those back in the day, Call of Duty and things like that, you know, the old throwing knife montages, things like that. There's someone making content out there for you, whether it be Fubar Bundy, Baby Naves, who got mentioned. There's so many options out there for people to find someone who plays DayZ more like them or in a way that they find more entertaining.
And that's the thing. It's like it's the same methodology for like servers. There's a content creator out there for you that just does it right for you.
Mm-hmm.
So you cannot really go wrong for it at all.
Yeah.
You really cannot.
Something for everyone.
Exactly. Yeah. Now, Derleth, friend of the show, mentioned, this looks truly amazing. Again, makes me wonder why Bohemia Interactive has this program for Arma 3, while for DayZ there are apparently no such plans. It would be a perfect way to bring community-created gems like Deer Isle or even the moles to consoles and some dollars, I imagine. And he's talking about another Arma 3 community DLC. Become a private military contractor and be deployed to the desert dunes of Sephra Ramal. Together with third-party developers, Rotators Collective, we're announcing today a new and upcoming Arma 3 created DLC, Western Sahara. And then there's a link to the full DLC. So it looks beautiful.
Yeah.
So I actually reached out to Scotty and I told him this was on the record. So I'm not divulging secret messages between me and him or anything. Let me just go to my chat with him.
Is this where we get absolutely fucking disappointed and that there's no plans for it?
Okay, so got a question for you, mate, officially. What would someone need to do to be able to do an official DayZ DLC? We have seen so many Arma ones. Why no DayZ ones? And how would this be done to get it onto console as well? Scotty replied, morning dude, DLC, you mean a new official map? I mean, yeah, something more like Prairie Fire, etc. And I linked him to this tweet about the Western Sahara. Okay, so Scotty went and asked a few questions, obviously, and came back and said, okay, so no plans for this. We will evaluate later, but mostly we want to focus on current maps, more so Livonia as some primary focus. I said, Bugger, would love to see what United Modding community could come up with. As he said, as far as I've discussed in the past, it's not that easy and would require heavy work from the team. I know it sounds like it would be, as I thought the same. And I just said, yeah, fair enough. If Sumrak can't get Namolsk as a community DLC, why would we think anyone else can?
I'm nearly certain at one stage he said he didn't even want it to be a community DLC.
Yeah.
He just wanted it to be a mod, if I'm not mistaken, last time he was on the show. So, you know, and I suppose as well, like the Arma 3 dev team is more than likely considerably a lot bigger than the DayZ dev team. So they have the manpower there to be able to do these community events because they can set aside 10 people and be like, right, work on this. You know, whereas DayZ, they barely have 10 people. You know,
yeah.
So it's like,
and that's kind of baffling. Like going back to the Steam charts, am I right in thinking that DayZ is above Arma 3 right now? Is that
with
has
months
been for a while? Yeah.
So yeah, I'm sure we're on the same mindset with that, but that seems baffling to me.
It's the way that I see it. It's purely because of what Bohemia Interactive used to do. It is still doing. DayZ is not one of their prime games. It's not their prime focus. It was a test bed for Infusion, and the Arma series will always be their primary thing, considering their history. And, you know, Arma 3 right now is obviously it's not doing too well compared to DayZ, but we all fucking know that Arma 4 is going to absolutely lift the roof when that is released.
Yeah.
If it's released in a good state, that is.
Yeah.
I think it will be. And it'll really will bring some unique stuff to the table for their portfolio and for us as players and content creators. But
I also... Sorry.
No, go on, bud. Go on.
I also think as well, if I'm not mistaken, I heard it before, that Arma is government funded in some degree as well. So they're obviously going to put a little bit more priority into Arma, especially if, you know...
That's a separate arm. There's two divisions of Bohemia. There's Bohemia Interactive, the game studio, and then there's the military simulator. They're two separate entities these days.
Ah, right. Okay. I thought they were... Like the games were funded by it or something, but
I think that's the origins of everything. But they divided them because obviously the sort of tech that military are using is probably going to be a bit more advanced and probably a lot of VR stuff as well. I'm going to guess. Yeah. But disappointing. Not what I wanted to hear, Dr. V. He must be AFK.
Doctor,
sorry. What'd you say? What'd you say, Bodie?
I said it's disappointing. Not what I wanted to hear. I would have loved to have seen a collab between some of the greatest modders of DayZ, and not just because of what they could produce, but we all know what my thoughts on modders being recompensed for the work they do.
Yes. And
this would have been just a fantastic model that some of them could aspire to creating their own. Look at Quima. And the stuff that's being done for that. Imagine if they knew that there was a potential for them to make money back. That,
if anything, that feels like that really does have potential. If certainly from what Avoca was saying last week and all the different features, and that sounds like that, if anything, has severe potential to go in that direction.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
One thing I do hope that DayZ will have, and I will have spoke about this before, and it is similar to how they have it on Armour. Not necessarily to do with the DLCs, but it is to do with like the community aspect of things. I can't remember the exact name for the program that they use for Armour, but it would be great to have one for DayZ. And heck, Vigor, for Christ's sakes. There's a dedicated player base for that game, and that never gets talked about. No. It doesn't get as much love. So having something like that would be really, really nice, and it would be extra free advertisement for the rest of the games, especially for Armour 4 that's coming out. So, if... I'm not going to say if we talk about it enough, maybe it'll happen, but there's nothing wrong with showing interest in doing something like that, especially for content creators as well, who they put a lot of time into the game, and yeah, sure, they get a lot out of it at the same time, but to get actual recognition from the company, so fucking cool. So cool. And I'm just still waiting for the day where the podcast team gets invited to Prague. That's going to be great. One day that'll happen.
Soon.
I believe. Soon. Yeah, fuck it up.
Okay.
Buddy, just before we move on,
yes.
You were talking about Don Sibley a little while ago. He just posted his tweet about his TikTok. It just broke 1 million views and 100,000 likes on it. So
wow.
it's insane. So I just said I'd mention that.
It's at the top of my feed. Does anyone want to see it?
Oh, you got to show it.
Yeah, I just watched it there.
His face is just a picture.
It's not going to let me.
Oh.
Stupid bloody. There's something with TikTok in Australia. I don't know what it is. But yeah, I can watch it on my phone, but I can't watch it on the computer. Could one of you guys maybe try?
I got it.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah, cool.
And we're good.
When do we deploy troops to Australia? When do we invade Australia and free and oppress people who are suffering under a totalitarian regime? When do we spend trillions of dollars to spread democracy in Australia? Australia currently, make no mistake, is a tyrannical police state. Its citizens are quite literally being imprisoned against their will. So when do we deploy? When do we deploy troops?
You need to find some of the comments or the replies he's done where he's actually walking around as well.
I just want to thank all the American people that are commenting on my video and watching it. Thank you for helping me reach 1 million views on a video I didn't even speak in. Thanks for that. Here's to 1 million more. I'm just eating some free-ranged eggs. It's a bit of a joke. Bit of a joke there, free range, but here's to 1 million more. Thank you.
I love the guy. He's
man.
He should have had someone crash tackle him. Police brutality, police brutality.
What the fuck The madman.
Oh dear.
I love Don. He is
great,
just
yeah.
absolutely amazing, and I love that he's having fun with this. People just don't get his sense of humour. I think a lot of people struggle with Australian sense of humour. My son was telling me that he gets on 4chan a lot, and he told me that at one stage there, 4chan actually IP blocked the whole of Australia because apparently Australians are known as the biggest shit posters on 4chan. And the guy who owns 4chan got so sick and tired of Australian shit posting, he just IP blocks the whole country. And they'd let them loose 3 months later because we are a special breed down under, a special breed.
Yeah.
God's teeth posters, I salute you.
We all know how you punctuate sentences.
Yes.
Look, if you ever want to see a good, funny Australian comedian, I'll probably get fucking cancelled for saying his name. He's Chris Lilly, I think his name is. Did a series, a few, something high, and Jonah from Tonga, where he's a white guy, and yes, he did do blackface, but as a Tongan. And apparently even the majority of Tongans loved the show because he really captured the, my son went to school with a lot of Islanders, and he said, they all used to talk and laugh about Jonah from Tonga, but he's got a great sense of humour, and they tried to cancel him because, I'll go get fuck Chris. I've got Summer Heights High. That's the one. Thank you, Lemon. Summer Heights High. He actually plays a female in the show. Summer Heights High, like your Mean Girls sort of teenager. It's absolutely hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Soviet Womble, thank you, Sauerkraut. Soviet Womble, and I did see Stimpy mentioned as well. Sorry, going back. Soviet Womble, some of the best DayZ content from back in the day. Especially since Dr. Womble is on the podcast, and Soviet Womble is one of the biggest names.
Womble clone.
Absolutely. Really nice guy as well. When I was doing my short series or the DayZ clips, back in the day, I reached out to him and he said, go for it. Just don't go crazy with him. But he was happy for me to use his content. Really nice guy because he has so many funny videos. He still plays it from time to time. Yeah. But Chris Lilly, I think is his name. Summer Heights High, Jonah from Tonga.
Yes.
Some absolutely hilarious comedy that will have you wetting yourself laughing. His portrayal of the chick in Summer Heights High is amazing. He does several characters. He's just a great comedian. Yes, and they tried to cancel him.
I used to watch it.
Yeah.
I used to watch it back in 2007.
Now, moving on. We have got the lovely response. Let me find it. So last week we talked about Reddit DayZ, and I extended an open invitation to the moderator team to come on this week, like we did with Trey. They said they were not interested. I think they're very pissed off with us. And I understand why. But part of it is a case of, we've only got so much time. And I'm not going to deny that Reddit DayZ is a great site. But what I want to do is I want to read a response. Arkansas, who I absolutely love and respect. Where's that train, though, by the way? I can't mention Arkansas without not mentioning the train. But he's been involved in so much more behind the scenes as well, folks. So he's not a one-trick pony. Arkansas is a true OG modder of this game. So Arkansas replied with, you talk about Reddit DayZ in episode 82 and we listened to what you had to say. We would like to comment on some of the things you said to give you a better understanding of why some things are like they are and why some things happened as they did. The main criticism seems to be that too many posts are being removed on the subreddit. You give different examples for different removal reasons, so we would like to comment on them one by one. The post about Anarchy HD catching cheaters was removed for no apparent reason. This example has not been removed by either the auto moderator or us manually. In fact, we actually approved the post. After a personal comment on it from one of our moderators discussing the contents of the post, OP decided to remove the post on his own. In general, a discussion about cheating that does not lead to the promotion of it, like sending links to hacker videos that promote their cheats as examples, is completely fine. Even though a keyword blacklist was not involved in this incident, we will use this opportunity to review our auto-moderator configuration to minimize false positive removals. If we see any of them in time, we will always try to reinstate the post. If you feel like a post has been removed for the wrong reason, shoot us a mod mail and we will look into it as soon as we can. Now, someone, I think it was you, Mark, said there is more than likely an admin that is on there 24/7 that deletes posts without reason, deletes before asking or doing research about it. Their reply, we only manually remove posts if they violate the rules of Reddit DayZ or the Reddit Terms of Service. Removal due to re-uploads, IP right violations are a separate issue we will comment on later. We generally attach a reply to the post indicating which rule, but this may not always be followed. Images posted with server names on it. Server promotion is one of the two biggest problems for the subreddit. If there were no restrictions on that, we can assure you that most of what you would see on Reddit will be effortless posts about the spoofed 100-slot server with only 2 people on. People look for every opportunity to promote their servers. A lot of server owners only come to the subreddit for that. That is why we created the single place weekly sticky to redirect all the promotions there and keep the main page clean. The people who are looking for a place to play on use it, and those who don't want their front page cluttered are still happy. If we allowed server names on screenshots, those server owners would post random pictures that would not be worth much on their own and test their limits to how much info they can put on there and how big the server name can be. They would not post to show how nice the game is. They do it to attract players. There could be some cases where a server owner shows off impressive map customizations, and that could indeed be a good reason to promote it, but the majority doesn't. The particular case mentioned on the podcast appears to be a bit different. If you like doing screenshots and the screenshot was worth sharing, you can do it. But why is the server name on it? You say you did it for them, the server. So if you post a screenshot for them and with their server name on it, that is server promotion. If the screenshot was worth posting on its own and you wanted to add it to your portfolio, you could have put your name on it and posted it.
Yeah, because I responded to that and I retracted my statement because I was like, yep, okay, that's fair enough. I understand that.
Now, he also mentioned we removed a video as re-upload with content from Asmondian, even though there was permission given. This is your video, Marks. We understand your frustration with this. We have checked the post and you gave correct sources on your YouTube video. It should not have been removed and we are sorry. We gave you the opportunity to repost it back then after you let us know about the mistake but chose not to. That being said, manual false positive removals are a very rare occurrence. Generally, it is upon the user to declare fair use or credits. If they are not in the expected places and we know that this content has been originally posted by someone else, we will remove it as copyrighted material. That's Rule 5. Sticking to your example of using Asmondian's great resources in one of your videos, if they appear on the thumbnail, there must be credits in it on it directly, or in the video description, or in a sticky comment on YouTube, or in the Reddit post you make. You cannot expect us to watch the entire video to find a mention of them somewhere. If you used it sometime during the video, the credits must be mentioned by you there or on screen as text at that very moment. This is not some arbitrary rule we made up. This is generally how to correctly declare credits on any platform. If the work of a third party is used without appropriate indications, it is an IP right violation and will be treated as such. No matter the intention or secret permission Asmondian might have given you, it is not up to the platform to research. If you have permission to use it that way, you will always have to declare that yourself. My comment, they need to relax. We want minimal involvement. We only get involved with the removal of hate speech, insult and personal information and let everything else pass by. We only get involved with the removal of hate speech, insult and personal information and let everything else pass by, the subreddit would turn into a mess. On the front page, you'd be exclusively greeted by server ads, people asking the same question of how to do X for the 100th time, people complaining about the lack of helicopters or how unstable cars are. There will be some OC from time to time, but they will be original content from time to time, but they will be surrounded by wasteful content. Nobody wants to scroll through all the trash to find that one nice screenshot or video or participate in the few discussions of original ideas. One might say, but isn't that what the voting system is for? Yes, but unfortunately there is a large set of people that fall under the same mindset of complaining about the game, even if they haven't played since 2014. They will post the same constant, off-topic, negative comments over and over, and the only way around that is to moderate. They upvote anything negative about DayZ and downvote anything positive. We have been observing this for years, and we do not intend to give these people a platform. To make it clear, Reddit DayZ is for those who are interested in playing DayZ or are involved with the community that's built around it. You are not only free to discuss anything you like, but we welcome the constructive exchange of experiences and ideas. What we do not want are discussions of dead topics that will lead us nowhere. Some people are upset with the history of DayZ, but they will have to get over it. The subreddit is about the current and future of DayZ. If you have something original to share, some gameplay mechanic you want to discuss with others, do it. We often see some very interesting suggestions, especially in the comments section. The developers read a lot of them. If there are changes to DayZ that are happening right now that you can dislike and share your frustration about. For example, a lot of people spoke up about the addition of flies in the 2021 Halloween event. It is our DayZ. The experience you have will be what we allow. I think I said that. We are not sure what gives you that impression. As just mentioned above, there are certain topics that were discussed or mean to death. We have allowed posts like this if they have some original spin on the topic that makes them worthy. You must not forget that for a topic to be dead, it must have been discussed over and over and over on the subreddit already. These topics, even why cars launching into space, were allowed for a long time, and some variations are still allowed today. We would never remove a topic because the represented opinion does not fit some secret agenda. Our moderation team has very different personal opinions on controversial topics, and that is a good thing, but they do not matter in our role as moderators. If any moderator was removing content because it does not fit his personal opinion, he would be removed immediately. People expressing their opinion, let them, that is the whole point. This place is for discussion. As long as it's not deeply offensive or illegal, let them get on with it. This makes it sound like we do not want or allow discussion. This could not be further from the truth. If anything, discussions are the most valuable content for our subreddit. The only limitations are the ones we explained earlier, so that we can avoid spinning in circles with a bi-weekly switch between the major topics that divide the community to this day. The bots are deleting posts on Reddit and reacting to too many keywords, e.g. cheat. It needs to raise an alert, but not easily delete it. We have commented on this earlier. We will have a look at our possibilities for alert kinds of things instead of direct removal, but our options are very limited to what we can do with our subreddit settings. And I think we did acknowledge that. We did actually say, I've never been a moderator on Reddit. I don't know what they can or can't do, but at face value, what I saw, it looks like it was a bit OP. But he continues, tips or examples of how other subreddits deal with this would be greatly appreciated. We created an echo chamber of the same sort of people. I wonder how many people are banned. We are not sure if you just switched thoughts or if you said these things very intentionally. We want to make it very clear that we do not ban people because we dislike their opinion and want to create an echo chamber for DayZ fanboys. No ban is issued based on opinions. We only remove when the rules are broken, for example, rules 6 and 7 governing wasteful and repeated content. If you had something valuable to discuss, for example, about cards and their bugs, you can still post that, but you have to have some new contribution to the debate. If you only reiterate the same arguments over and over and want people to respond with the same pro and contra arguments we heard for years, isn't that some sort of echo chamber? And to make that clear, nobody is being banned for that. At max, their post is being removed. So that's good to know. If they want to post on the subreddit and shit talk the game, let them do it. Just let them do it. There is nothing wrong with it. Their reply: if a person hates the game and all they have to say is DayZ bad, shit game, BI fix your game, then they are on the wrong subreddit. As we previously mentioned, we target those who want to play DayZ. If you dislike something and can offer a solution to that, and the same topic has been discussed over and over by others, then share your thoughts. But if all you want to do is be salty and vent your frustration somewhere, please do it somewhere else. You ruin the day for everybody else. One has to keep in mind that this works similarly to product reviews. You will mainly hear from the people that are disappointed. They will often be quite vocal about it and complain about the same things over and over. The majority of people that just enjoy the game do not want to come onto the subreddit to read about the other people's insult sprees towards BI, or even worse, attack the devs personally. The flying car meme is funny for the first few weeks you see it. After that, it becomes very boring. Same story for posts about XYZ not being on the roadmap, or how they promised XYZ but not delivered. They forbid self-promotion, but they allowed an event 2 times in a row. As you mentioned on the podcast, our rules are very strict towards any kinds of server promotion. We want to find a balance between valuable posts like well-organised events and effortless server ads that get spammed on all platforms. We have used the mentioned events to reconsider what kind of server-related posts are acceptable. A fun event for DayZ players to hop in can meet the criteria. It is hard to draw the line between pseudo events that just want to attract players and those who mainly focus on having a good time during that event. and just want more people to participate. As a player, I would have the interest to learn about a nice event if I could check out this weekend. If I like the server, I might stay, but that should not be the primary intention. We will see how things develop and might open up more possibilities for people to pour their heart and soul into their servers to promote them as such. If you have ideas on how to allow servers to promote themselves in a way that ensures a balance in frequency and relevancy for the average subreddit viewer, visitor, let us know. Use Twitter, you can post what you want there. While there are some similarities, the platforms do have some core differences. Algorithms aside, you mainly decide what you want to see for yourself on Twitter. You follow people you like, you mute people you dislike, and depending on the topics they tweet about, you get your news. The DayZ subreddit is only about one topic, DayZ. The problem here is that while all of the visitors are interested in DayZ, hopefully, they can be looking for all sorts of things. Some want to find a new server to play on, others just enjoy scrolling artwork or videos people post while they're commuting to work. Others want to share some ideas for mods or want to discuss lore or upcoming updates. There are countless topics. We've explained our reasons for why we disallow some of them. The primary goal for us has been and always will be to provide a relevant and enjoyable platform for the community. There are decisions that we have to make when it comes to if and how much we want to get involved in the general flow of the subreddit. We do not make them easily, and we have internal debates about them as well, but we always wholeheartedly try to act in the best interest of what should be the best for the majority of people that come to the subreddit. Memes were banned for a long time, but users and moderators suggesting realistic ways to allow them back onto the platform made them reappear. We try to balance the interests, and when we observe a shift towards certain content to be banned or re-allowed, we always try to make that work. Hopefully this gives you a better perspective of our work and our challenges and will lead to a constructive discussion of what we can improve. We once again want to make it very clear that we value every opinion. Some expressions of them in the form of posts or comments might be removed to improve the overall subreddit quality, but not because we disagree. If you have ideas for better ways for dealing with repeated content other than removing it, please share your thoughts with us. We already outlined it in the text, but what we take away from this is as immediate topics to address. Update the auto moderator to be less aggressive. Great. Find ways to allow for self-promotion with balanced frequency and high quality. Great. Regards, the Reddit DayZ moderation team. Normally, I would have extended the offer to come and talk to you guys on the show about it, but since you already had one of our moderators on your show and still decided to badmouth on us like that, after that, that will not be happening. That really disappointed me, that last comment. Because
it's very childish.
I want to go on, Boyd. You start first.
You go.
Oh, okay.
I've talked. My mouth is fucking sore.
Right. So the post itself was very interesting. It was a very, in my opinion, it was kind of a mixed to good response. They addressed quite a lot of the stuff that we said, and they made a fair rebuttal. One of which I did retract my statement because they had a really good fair point. Now, what I find really funny is that they say they're all for opinions and that, and we criticise the DayZ subreddit because, unfortunately, it still has a negative connotation. All you have to do is just look on any video that is regarding to the DayZ subreddit, and you'll get the same response. It's a cesspool, it's toxic, it's biased, and shit like that. And it's like, okay, yeah, fair enough. And the post tried its best to kind of disprove that, which is all well and good. And as I said to Jacob Mango, it would be really nice if the team, or at least one of the members, actually did come on. The fact that they said we're not going to go on because we badmouthed them, when in actuality we gave fair criticism with the information that we had at the time, and they felt we're not worthy or whatever of them coming on to discuss it with us in person properly with an actual human level connection. It's fucking hilarious to me, and I'll be the first to admit it. That is just, I'm not going to say petty, but it's unfortunate.
I would like to say that I should have reached out to them potentially before we did the topic last week and advised them of the topic. But at the same time, Jacob is an admin of the DayZ podcast, and he's also a moderator on Reddit. So, at the end of the day, though, it comes back to me. I should have liaised with them. What were you going to say, Marks?
You should have liaised with them, but at the end of the day, they have to take criticism as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If they can't take criticism, you shouldn't be a moderator on the Reddit.
Yeah.
You know, we're like at the time, like Lad said, we didn't have enough. Some of it we didn't have enough information on. A couple of us had you know, a few bad experiences and such, and which they apologized for, but so it shouldn't happen in the first place. But if you can't take the criticism constructively and then work on it, you know, and just saying that you don't want to come on, it's a bit childish. It's like, come on, like we're all grown ups here, for God's sake.
Dr. V, what do you think of DayZ, or Reddit DayZ?
Reddit DayZ, you want my honest opinion?
Yes.
I think everything they just said to you was bullshit. I think all of it was bullshit. They have that Reddit is biased. It's the same with the damn Steam forums. It's biased. It crushes any negative criticism that the game has. The hacking, the post about hacking, it gets deleted immediately because it's the same thing with the Steam forums. Anything to do with that, it gets deleted. People want to know. People want having. I'm not talking about like, oh, DayZ's a shit game. That kind of stuff can fuck off. But you know, like good negative criticism, like the cars and stuff. Like I think, like, why is that not allowed?
Well, I want to go on to a bit of depth on that, because the thing I took from what Arkansas said is, as moderators, those guys are in there all the time, I'm guessing. I visit Reddit DayZ probably more than the average as well. But a lot of people just flick in and, you know, check it from, you know, maybe once a month or something like that. And they've got to remember that not everyone is a hardcore Reddit user who's on there every single day.
Exactly.
So for them, they might just come in and go, oh, yeah, I might check out Reddit and talk about these fucking cars and why they're not fixed. And they put a post in and their post gets deleted because, you know, they're not aware that someone's already discussed this 101,000 times. And straight away, it gives the impression. Now, what he gave us was a very good response, which explained in detail a lot of the actions they take and why they take them. But what they've got to be aware of is the impression that some of those actions give to the majority. I would say that the overwhelming majority of DayZ players have probably never even visited Reddit DayZ. And then when they do, they make a post about, you know, a silly post, admittedly, about a car or something like that, and their post gets deleted. They straight away get the impression this place is fucking bullshit. And they think like you, Dr. V. What about you, DrWomble? What's your thoughts on it?
My thoughts on Reddit, the Reddit itself, I don't necessarily. I get that it is a toxic platform. And it kind of is generally, it is what I get from Reddit on a whole. Yeah. So I think that sort of comes with the platform, similar in the kind of Facebook sort of way. Yes, you get that kind of opinion. My opinion on the specific subreddit, I think the problem is really r/DayZ is incredibly vague. And I don't know a huge amount about Reddit, but a lot of subreddits are very specific. So I think people are going there for a multitude of different reasons to ask questions, to make comments or whatever, and obviously they get to choose how they moderate those. But I think it's a very vague name for a subreddit to not expect a lot of different, you know, like Doc said, you're going to get people saying cars don't work, etc., etc. Because if Reddit is the platform they use and they see r/DayZ, that is going to be the first thing they're going to click on. And I just think, talking back about the echo chamber kind of style, DayZ's an evolving game. People are constantly coming into it, constantly joining, constantly being brought in. And there are going to be those people who are going to go on and are going to want an answer to, maybe not cars, because that is quite a well-answered question, in my opinion. But there's a lot of things. Why doesn't this do this? How do I do that? A lot of those types of questions, I think, are quite important, especially for newer players, because it's how we get new people playing.
I think when we started the segment, Marks, I did preface it with, I'm not sure if this is a Reddit DayZ issue or a Reddit culture issue, and I really actually lean more towards it's a Reddit culture issue. That when and it's a problem I have when I come to talking about DayZ. I view DayZ with fanboy eyes. As much as I try to be impartial, I'm a fanboy of the fucking game. And for the average person who flitters from game to game and all the rest of it, they're going to play DayZ and go, "Fuck me, this game's buggy as fuck." What do these people rave about it? So we need to be aware that other people see things with a different perspective. I appreciate the time that Arkansas took to
definitely
give us a very detailed response on several of the points we raised, but I think a lot of it comes down to the perception that people have as opposed to the reality of what is actually happening. Things look bad because I understand why they're deleting the 400th comment about cars flying, but to the person who posted it, they're not aware of that. And it must be frustrating for them because it's got, how many users? 200,000 in Reddit DayZ.
Yeah.
See, and that's the thing. It's kind of like a double-edged sword, really, because they want to make sure, and again, most respect for the team. As much as we might badmouth or criticize, it is fair. To me, it's fair criticism. It is whatever, but it must be difficult for the moderation team to be able to moderate I was going to say Discord there, for the subreddit to make sure that the quality is, I love that video, it's fucking great, is perfect, right? Well, not perfect, but is viable, it's good, it's a good time for people who's coming on. But for those people, as you said, Boydie, it's like they might not get that impression. Maybe there's just not enough communication between the moderator and the end user. I don't know. And that's only for maybe that end user and the moderator to kind of decide. Without obviously having to go through it myself or anything like that. It's very difficult to talk about. But I definitely think there should be more communication, maybe some more clarification in the rules. Then again, not many people will read the rules. So it gets very, like I said, it gets very, very difficult to go about it in a very good way to make sure that everybody is right. Maybe what they could do is that, because obviously the first thing that you see when you go on the subreddit is the stickies, like the pinned topics. Like I'm looking right now, you got your server mega thread and your group clan faction mega thread, which is fantastic. I absolutely love that. Maybe there should be some emphasis on a rule thread, something like that. So it's the first thing people see, and they can click on it, and it's exactly, because you have to scroll down and look. People are not going to be scrolling around to look for the rules. They'll want to see it straight away. It's the same thing for with DayZ communities where they have their own Discords. The first thing you see is welcome and rules, and you have to read the rules to be able to get access to the full Discord. And then whatever happens after that is fucking tough shit, because it's like, look, you click that, you've read it, get fucked, kind of thing. I'm not going to say that they need the same exact thing for Reddit, because I'm not too sure how. I'm pretty sure you can't do that. But to have something more viable, something easier to find the rules, would be more ideal to get that communication there. So if something does happen, they can easily find the rules in full, fully detailed as much as possible, right there and then. If they take that criticism or that idea and implement it, we'll never know until they either do it or they tell us to shut the fuck up. But that's all I can really suggest on that. The overall response was great. Really fair points. I wish they'd done it in person.
Yes.
Yeah.
That would have been a lot better than an absolute massive document, because
a war and peace, I call them.
I mean, you can say anything you want over text, but to some people it might come off as what's the word I'm looking for? For lack of a better phrase, and I don't mean it literally, is you've got to stick up your ass. Whereas if you were to actually come on, like we had with Trey, I called him a sweaty nerd last weekend, right? I thought the video was fucking sweaty, but we've had a good laugh with him, and I told him, look, it was just a joke, there's no malicious intent or anything like that, and it was all cool, it was all good. I wish the subreddit moderation team could have that same, I'm not going to say privilege, but that same option. If they refuse to take that, that's completely on them. The invitation is always going to be there. Now, with the matter of Jacob Mango being on our team, because everybody knows that he is on our team, if I remember rightly, he's based in Australia. Is that correct?
Yep.
Yes. So obviously there is that reason why he couldn't join us, because it is too early for him. And that's perfectly fine. But the rest of the moderation team are in different time zones. So to me, there's no excuse for them not to partake in the discussion, apart from, to be blunt, petty behaviour. Now, again, I don't mean that maliciously. I do hope they do reconsider to talk to us about it in the future, as I believe it'll benefit them, ourselves, and the wider community. Because at the end of the day, when you get reported or you get your post took down, it's just a couple of lines, it's just words, it's just text. You don't actually see or feel there's a person on the other end. Whereas if we have people come on, there's that level discussion, that fair discussion, criticisms, and if they want to criticize us as well, that's perfectly fine. Fucking go for it.
At times, the Reddit, and you'll see this in other communities as well, Discords, whatever, where people moderate them, and they moderate them with an iron fist. Probably a good way of putting it. The best way to moderate something, you know, I'm no moderator or anything, so I could be talk, but it's just the way I think of it as a person who watches it, not like as a person who understands something. The best way to moderate something is to have a kind of chilled kind of reaction about it. Well, like obviously, if you're removing a post, give a nice response to it and be like, "Hey, look here, this is why your post moved, because it was mentioned, you know, different reasons and stuff." You know, you could just do something better in that way. It just seems like sometimes they might think they're nearly running a company or running a country with the way it's been ran, or with the way it's been like moderated, and it's not. It's not the DayZ Reddit in general. You know, it's a thing for entertainment. It's not a life or death situation.
Yeah,
you know, it just needs to be relaxed a bit. If you run a community with an iron fist, it's never going to go anywhere. And if you run it where it's a bit more relaxed and a better vibe and everybody's happy and stuff, and the responses are better and stuff like this, it'll just be a happier, better place.
It's the way I run my stream. It's the way I run the Discord. It's very laid back, very casual. You've got to do something really fucking bad One thing I just want to say, I love them. I do love them. But carry on, Womble.
No, one thing I'd like to put to the team, and if anyone is watching or does watch this back, and again, same as Mark's, I'm not huge into moderation. I'm also not huge into Reddit, but you saw at the top the stickies and like you said about the server posts and stuff like that. The question I'd like to put to them as an admin team is, with a game like DayZ that does have so many recurring questions, why don't cars work, why isn't helis, all of these different things that are going to be massively repeating, why isn't there an FAQ sticky that just answers really basically all of those questions?
Mm-hmm.
So that literally within seconds of being on it, someone can click on that and go, oh, right, okay, well, I'm not going to ask that question, and it saves them a job.
When their post gets removed, you could put in the comments a link to the reason they're talking about, and going, here's the reason why it's been asked many times before. We've given an FAQ answer to it.
So
exactly.
To further that, they do have an FAQ.
Okay.
You have to go to press community,
right,
and then FAQ, and it's right there. So they do have an FAQ. I'm not too sure how up to date.
Yeah, what's the content of it?
I'm reading through that right now because admittedly I haven't gone through it much. They talk about mods, releases, experimental stuff like that. So they do have quite a lot of interesting stuff in the FAQ.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
But maybe they should definitely expand it.
Or just make it a little bit more obvious so it turns people away from making that post that maybe they don't want to see or would delete.
Yeah. So the last time it was updated was 3 days ago by Help the Dead Walk, which is great. So it is obviously up to date. But maybe they could definitely add something like that and put a sticky on it or something like that. So, yes, it's going to clutter the first thing you see with like...
But it's more obvious.
Stickies. but it is more obvious, and I feel it would help them sometime in the long run. Maybe not immediately.
No.
But over time. Because, whereas it is funny to see people post about cars, it gets a bit tiring where every single video you watch, and I'll see this on your videos, Max, and I'll see this on the DayZ Twitter and the DayZ Instagram. The DayZ devs have just celebrated Halloween, right? They had a Halloween party. And on their Instagram, people were fucking fuming. They were celebrating a party when they should be working and fixing cars.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Dumb.
What?
Bruh. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
and it's it gets tiring, so I understand the moderation team in that front, but at the same time, they don't exactly help themselves in certain regards. But maybe they will take more advice, criticisms, and whatnot, and they take it on the chin, and they go, right, okay, no bother at all, we can implement that. But again, we'll just have to see.
Yeah, the other thing... Sorry, go on.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, the other thing I was going to say was that, lad, your retracted statement of the screenshot and I completely understand that from a moderation point, especially from seeing a lot on Facebook of it is just a group full of server advertisements, and I fully understand that. But the question I'd be very interested to know the answer to, and this is not a criticism, this is a genuine question, would be, so if you post, for example, and X2K is a brilliant example of this, if you post a screenshot of X2K, which obviously has a completely different aesthetic to 90% of DayZ and DayZ community servers, if then in the comments, which is inevitably going to happen, there's 10 people saying, what server is this? Where's this screenshot from? Etc., etc. Can you answer that? Or is that then still, to what extent does that go?
See, that's a good question. And from the basis of what the moderation team has said, I think that's okay. Like if somebody asks and then you say, oh, it's such and such.
Yeah, so it's not so blatant.
Yeah, because you're not saying, oh, yes, this is all X2K. Come here. It's just like, no, this is X2K. And it's because there are stuff like that, and I do want to touch up on another project later on, but we'll get to that. But it's like X2K, it's like it's got a completely brand new map and stuff like that, and it's got new systems coming in, and beta's just right around the corner. So if I were to post a screenshot, an edited screenshot artwork, showcasing one of these new features with the X2K logo, that is a good question. Would that even get accepted or not? Because technically, according to their mindset, it's still a server advertisement. But at the same time, it's like, it's a bit weird. Maybe some extra clarification for situations like that. I know it's not often, but that would be great if they do get in response to us for that.
I actually just realized something. It's weird. You can post a video about making you can post a video about promoting a server. I've done it before with the Rearmed video, for example, and X2K videos and such like that, and they're fine. But if you want to post a screenshot promoting your server, you can't. And technically, because usually if you're doing something like that, the thumbnail of the video is going to be kind of leaning towards, the promotion stuff. Now, granted, I didn't have the Rearmed's server name or anything in my thumbnail, but it's still in the title.
Yeah.
So, bit of a grey area there.
I think it's different because you're a content creator. You are creating content in particular for that server. You're not a part of their team. Whereas, say, for example, if I was to make a screenshot or a video advertising the systems and shit like that, that could potentially get taken down because it's classed as server advertisement. But again, if they do actually watch this back and they can provide clarification in a post or something like that, that would be fantastic.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, like with the way the podcast was and the topic last week, and we were very critical, and they did respond. I just want to make them sure and make them know that we have absolutely nothing but respect and care for the team. We don't wish them ill will or anything like that. We understand how difficult it is to moderate. But you must accept at the same time that this DayZ subreddit has such a negative connotation to it, and it needs improvement. And Boydie, you said yourself in the post in response to it that you're sure that the podcast has the same effect.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, and we...
Polarizing.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like,
but
we can do nothing.
I'm going to elaborate on that, if I may. We have always welcomed criticism, taken it on board, you know, things like today's episode. We got criticised for only ever getting people of note on. And I thought about it and I went, you're fucking right. So every month now we do a players episode where we get people who are primarily just players or very, very small content creators that aren't massive on to hear their opinion on these topics as well. Because I've said it time and time again, fuck content creators, they play the game differently to the average Joe. You know, they have their own, you know, they prefer to play a certain way. They need constant interaction. But there are people out there who love playing DayZ, just running around and not bumping into anyone at all. You know, the threat of someone maybe finding them and killing them is there, but they play it very differently. So, you know, we have always welcomed criticism on this show and use it to try to improve what we do, whether it be on the crap audio quality I had at the beginning, down to the guests, down to the hosts, down to, you know, the topics we talk about and the people we have on.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll always be open to it.
It's like last week we got criticism because of the clips that we were watching. And, you know, we didn't vet them enough. And that's perfectly fine. We can take that and we can work on that. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure you already have been working on that, Boydie. So it's all well and good. Like, if you give fair criticism to anybody, and if they are, you know, if they're sound as fuck, as I would say, then they can take it on the chin and they can.
Yeah, the Discord. I'm paying a guy. I'm not just asking someone to do it. I had someone reach out and I'm actually paying him money to improve the quality of the Discord because it was a fucking shit fight. And I knew that. But I don't have the skills or I'm a boomer. So I'm getting someone in with a fresh set of eyes to hopefully make the place more welcoming to everyone.
And it's getting there. It's absolutely getting there. But yeah, I mean, I don't want to dwell on the DayZ subreddit topic too much longer, I should say. We've talked about it, I feel, enough. I think it'd be great to start getting a move on because I'm pretty sure we can say everything we can possibly say. Yep,
and if they ever want to come on and talk, they're more than welcome to. We would love to have them on. Reddit DayZ is a great place. You know, I've got a thread for it in the Discord, which captures every post made so people can easily see what's there. And, I'll click on that one and it takes you to the website. So, yeah.
Too right.
And I'm sure they do put a hell of a lot of effort into the moderation of it, especially with the amount of people in it. And I get how that can be a struggle to get that balance of what should and what shouldn't stay. And I just think, like you've both said, Boydie and Lad, that you've got to take criticism on it eventually. It's just got to happen. The community's got to have some sort of a say in it.
How can you improve without taking criticism?
Exactly. Growth.
Now, we're going to be doing a little bit of a server promo here, but Exiled. It's not so much about Exiled, but about something that Hunter is doing.
Yes, Hunter.
This is some amazing shit.
Oh, the talking NPCs in the
You here on business or just taking a hike?
Oh. That makes me fuzzy inside.
Resident Evil 7 save for music is just, and plus that is.
Hi, I love your jacket.
That's creepy. What the fuck? That. Could you imagine walking into that in pitch black? She just goes, "Hi." Scare the shit out of
you.
You got the loot?
I'm listening. Use the bin. I like that.
I love this stuff. I absolutely love what Hunter has done here. This is, I'm not a huge fan of AI traders, but I have played on servers. I'm not that fucking much of a knobhead about it. I have played on servers with them, and for them to actually communicate, I'm a huge fan of.
It's just another level of immersion, that.
Yeah.
Definitely. And surely that has so many implications. You could use that for so many different things.
Yep.
I'm guessing.
You could. Like he actually reached out to me, and I'm seriously considering doing it. Having one that's at the radio station on Chernerus that has my voice, and I said, yeah, only if you let me say fuck Hannah.
That needs to happen.
Yes. I know Hunt is in the chat right now, but
Hunter, you're welcome to jump in quickly if you want to elaborate on this as well, mate. Because this is awesome. This is really, really cool. I would like it if you could actually, because I've got a few questions about it. Like, what's the impact on servers, like, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I'd imagine it's all done client side because it's to do with like triggers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I mean, I've been watching Hunter been working on stuff for the past like month or two, and stuff like that. You know, the trader billboards and the signs. I've watched him talk about it in the DayZ Modders Discord. Speak of the devil, and he shall arrive. Hello there, you naughty boy.
Hello.
Hello. Right, talk us through it. Go on.
Talk to me.
Hunter?
Yeah. Regarding this talking NPC, it's idea of my friend, which have some stalker server, and they show me their NPCs with Sidor and this stuff, and told me that will be fine based on triggers, make some sounds, and I did it. And then when I think about DayZ more, then I know that there is already talking animation, and I say, oh, it will be great to have this NPC with animated mouth. Yeah, and then I tried search, and I also remember Daone with his unfinished trader.
Yep.
Where was this talking animation?
Yeah.
Yes.
And I asked him, please told me how I can play that animation. He helps me with a small hint, and I try this, and also adding new NPCs that in game will be not only this vanilla survivors, which everyone knows.
Grabbing a drink.
But I would like add also some sexy girl and yeah. I currently is only one finished. There is five hair colors, and on the way is some nurse, which will be also very, very nice, and then other things. And also in this small project is a little bit involved Mario as some mentor, because his knowledge is absolutely great, and he is very helpful, and he also told me that this mod is one of his favorite, and that's why he offering help me.
Sorry, who's helping you again?
Mario.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I was just about to say that.
Yeah.
If you've got Mario helping you with some custom animations, oh my fucking god.
Yeah. And he told me that will be great to have this NPC not based on a player anim graph, not abuse this part of DayZ, but have own custom anim graph. Right now is based on player, but it's copied, and that's why it's not in collision when somebody add new animation to player, and it's open new possibilities to add own custom animation for that NPCs. Yeah, and and I already talked with Gallic, which created already custom animations for player, and he offered me that I can use his animation, and I will add him as a contributor of this mod, and we can together make something.
Dr. B, you might have to come and play some community servers, mate, because this is pretty fucking awesome.
Yeah, I to be fair, I've never even heard of this. I knew about the AI, but I didn't know about talking, and that's really cool. I think it's awesome.
It's fantastic. Like I was saying before, Hunter, I've been watching what you've been discussing and talking about and showing off in the DayZ Modder Discord, especially with, like, the trader sides. I absolutely loved what you've done with them, and I'd love to get some fucking tips and tricks from you in regards to that. But you've just come so bloody far, and now that you're doing this, which really breaks that barrier, I believe, for traders in DayZ. Like, before it'd be just a static, like, model or just a static person, just absolutely no fucking life or soul in their eyes. And now they've actually got some personality to them, and it's just fucking great. I love it.
Yeah.
I'm excited. I'm gonna have to come and play on that server now.
Yeah, and when I ask it for new voices, and some British girl, Magic Muggle is his nickname, create for me these voices. And it's absolutely brilliant, because he make not only reading text, but say hi, and it's just like in real.
Yeah.
And I'm happy, very happy with this soundtracks.
And look, I want to say something here as well, folks. I know you get sick of hearing me say it. This is why we need to support our modders if we can financially. Because just imagine if he was able to pay and get some voice actors.
Oh yeah,
right. Yeah, in Czech Republic we have some amateurs studio. It's called Phoenix Pro Dubbing, and this group of people making Czech voices for some games. For example, they did Czech translation and Czech dubbing for Half-Life 2, and it's absolutely brilliant.
Yep, because I'm just picturing, like, it'd be good if there was actual packs you could download. So, you know, you could have them where people, if they want the easy mode, they could have them in English speaking. But just imagine the immersion for the more hardcore servers if they were all actually speaking in Russian or in Czech or something along those lines. And,
This mod is fully extendable like other mods, and anyone can make own mod which extend this core mod and add own soundtracks.
So they can upload their own stuff.
And also, with today's update, I also add some ambient sounds into that mod, and you can put trigger somewhere on the map, for example, in some dungeon, and scare players. For example, when you go to some place, you put here trigger and some sound of I don't know what is played, and player.
Would that even be amazing for things like Deer Isle, like the bunker? Something like that, having that play some sort of alert or something. Like, there's so many possibilities for triggers like that.
Yeah.
But what if you can say anything? What if you got an idea of what you want to do with, like, sort of merging it into using it with the AI mod? Like, is there an idea behind that?
Yeah, these triggers are very, very powerful, and also I already was asked to add, for example, trigger and sound not sound effect, light effect or particle effect when will be spawned, and there is a lot of things which can be done.
I'm just picturing what you said about with the sound effect triggers and that, and some of the, like in the mollusk, in the areas where you've only got the night vision on or a torch or something like that, and jump scares, and yeah.
Yeah.
Oh god, I really need to fucking learn triggers now. Fuck's sake.
Bots as well. Like, I don't know if anyone's had much interaction with some of the older, more janky bot mods, but like I've come across one a few times where they just shout random Russian words. Imagine if they do that when you came near to them. I think I'd probably jump out of my skin.
I remember there was, I can't remember which AI mod it was. It might have been one of the first ones out there or something. And I went to test it on a server, and it had audio cues on it. So before you would even see the mod, they would scream in Russian, like a Tarkov AI, and it scared the living shit out of me.
It's horrible.
I thought it was a player in game, but only to realize then it was an AI. It was and it was pitch black at night as well. It was so scary.
God, you could record some of the more funny guys like Uncle Ray and Ceramore, and get sound bites from them and put them onto a random AI character and who's wandering around Cherno or something like that. Yeah, just the sky's the limit with this, mate. Yeah, combine it with survivor missions. I've always said that survivor missions mod, I'm a huge fan. Could go to the next level with this.
Yeah, survivor mission will be in some short time, maybe updated. And I saw some information from author of survivor mission that they combining his survivor missions with EAI, and they have some follower mission and something, and I'm looking forward for that.
Same, mate. Just another thank you to you and the rest of the modding community. Sometimes it's as simple as what we saw last week with the lean nerf, and sometimes it's something a lot more complex where you guys all come together, hearing the names of the people you said have been helping you and you're working with in conjunction. You guys are the fucking true bamps of DayZ, man.
Yeah.
So fucking good, mate. You've been doing...
That's amazing.
You've been fucking killing it. You've been absolutely killing it, and I'm proud of you, dude. I'm absolutely proud of you. Keep up the fantastic work, and I really cannot wait to see more of what you've got. I really can't wait.
Thank you.
I'll get your links, mate, as well, so I can put them in the post of the video. If there's a way that people can send you a few bucks as a thank you and support the work that you and the rest of the modders do, find a modder. I know, I've got a Patreon as well and all the rest of it, but pretty much all of mine, if not more, goes back out to content creators and modders that I support what they're doing. I wish I could do more, but yeah, it's fucking amazing. Find yourself a pet modder. Adopt a modder. Well, that's hashtag adopt a modder. And send them a few bucks every month. Yeah. They need more attention. They need a lot more attention. Speaking of which, I do want to bring something up. Mass's many item overhaul is getting a final update, and then Mass is stepping away, which is so fucking sad to see.
Oh no.
Yeah, I want to talk about that soon. Okay. So Mass for a long time, he's been. Well, how to start? For the start of the year, Mass and I, we worked on a server mod together called Massive Mod. And we implemented a lot of really cool things, new weapons, new clothes, new systems, stuff like that. And as time's gone on, we both kind of went our separate ways. And he continued developing the server mod with, I forget the name already, fuck me, with Spearhead. Now, Spearhead's just recently closed their DayZ servers, and now Mass feels like he's not really wanting to do any more DayZ modding anymore. he's enjoyed his time doing it, but his heart isn't in it anymore. So now, as a last final send-off, he's going to be taking MMIO, and he's going to be renaming it to, let me see, what was it he was going to call it again? I think it was a Redux, MMIO Redux, where he's going to do a final pass to fix as much stuff as he can and to add everything from the server pack we made. And that's it. He's done with the DayZ modding community. He hasn't said what he's moving on to.
That's
but he says he's done. I know quite a lot more, which is obviously private. All I can say is I'm not surprised. But it's going to be an absolute fucking shame to see him go. But, you know, the contribution he's made to the community is as one of the OGs. You know, from somebody who, like myself, who didn't know how to mod when he started at all. And he learned and he grew. Got to give him love for it. Got to give him absolute so much love for it. And he's going to be missed. He's going to be missed. I mean, I'm going to fucking miss him. Shit.
It's got to be one of the most well-known mods, surely. There's so many servers over the years have run that.
Yeah. Pretty much, yeah. And, you know, lately I've been going through trying to fix up as much stuff as I can, like redoing the weapons and whatnot. So, and it's been an absolute pleasure working with him on the mod. But at the same time, you know, as all modders and projects, it's got to come to an end at some point. So, you know, if people could actually go in, give him some love on the Steam page for his mod, or even in the Mass Overhaul channel and the new Daone Discord, which I do want to touch on as well. People give him some love. Nice little send off. That would be fantastic.
He's very talented. I was speaking to him recently. He was showing me around the Spearhead servers before it closed, and the stuff that he had done there, and things that you wouldn't realize straight away until you actually look into it. And it's just so cool, the little things they had that just made the game actually kind of better, but more enjoyable in a way as well. He's just very, very talented and very nice person as well. So he is definitely going to be missed, that's for sure.
Too right.
Definitely.
1,244,779 current subscribers. And that's as many item overhaul.
That's a lot.
And that's not even every single one. Let's see if I can actually find it. Because I can see stuff like that, I believe. So overall, see the item stats, come on. Overall, 193,311 visitors. The max amount of subscribers he's had is 1,520,440.
Wow.
That's how many people he's had in total that is sub to the mod. So when you really think about it, that's just less than 300,000 people who have no longer subscribed to it. But that's still a fantastic fucking number.
Oh yeah, it's great numbers, yeah.
That's got to be up there with the top, surely.
It is. If you go to
number.
Yeah, if you go to the DayZ Workshop and you go to most subscribed, Mass's number, well, he's second from the bottom. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, 7. 7th most subscribed mod in the workshop.
And he's gone.
Yep.
It's a fucking shame, but at the end of the day, he's learned a lot. He really has learned a lot. He taught me a lot of things as well. He taught me weapons and how they function. He taught me clothes, shit like that. It's been...
Even if, like, you know, financially he didn't get what he wanted or whatever, it's just having that learning experience. And if he goes for a job in coding or whatever, he always has the kind of portfolio of what he's also done as well, you know, that way, which is always great. And, you know, an employer might look at that and realize, you know, 1.5 million people have subscribed to this mod over the time. It's, you know, this guy knows what he's doing, you know, that way. So it's great that way as well.
Bohemia and Steam, please come up with a way for modders of this caliber to be able to make a buck somehow We've talked about it a lot. We've got no definitive answer. We've got some great ideas, but yeah, it's such a pity to lose such a fucking massive part of the community.
It is. It absolutely is. And it's funny because before I got into modding, I used to look up to him.
Well, you don't look up to him anymore?
No, he's one of my best friends. I love him a bit. I think he's fucking lovely. But I used to look up to him, and the first time I spoke to him in chat, I fanboyed like fuck. I was like, oh my god, this was. And then when I took my break, like last year, like towards the end of last year, he asked us to start the mod with him, and I was like, fuck it, let's go for it. And it worked well, but like I said, all good things come to an end. So like I said, if people can go in and just share some love, just make him feel like and know that he is actually appreciated. Because he gets a lot of shit. You know, any modder gets a lot of fucking shit. But he's certainly one of a kind, that's for sure.
And there we go. Redshift's just shared it in comment. I think Redshift knows more about the DayZ podcast back catalogue than I do. Go back and watch. We had him as a guest on the show, DayZ episode number 35. If I remember, I'll try to put a link to that so people can click on it as well and just hear from him back when he was bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and starry-eyed. And yeah, that's sad. That's really fucking sad. Speaking of sad as well, I can't remember if we mentioned it last week, but it was sad seeing my mate Dumpgrah post up about stepping away from New Dawn. Did we talk about that last week?
No.
No, we didn't.
Don't think the video was out then.
Yeah.
This week.
So he hasn't felt. I'm not gonna say what he felt, I suppose, but it's been known by a few people that he was getting a bit like running New Dawn, which is the server in question for everybody who's wondering. He's been running it non-stop for the past 2 to 3 years. He's had people come and go to help him, to be part of the team, like myself. And unfortunately, as one of the very few hardcore communities, it's now gone. The servers are shut. The Discord is still up. So it's now a DayZ Discord for people to come and talk about stuff and whatnot, but I'll let this video speak for itself. Go on, Boydie.
As many of you know, I am an admin, or rather was an admin, for New Dawn DayZ. New Dawn DayZ closed its doors yesterday, and I feel that if it does make a relaunch, I will not be returning as one of its admins. I love this server. I worked hard on this server. I put everything I had into it. I advertised for it daily. I reached out to many people, trained a lot of people, and tried to improve the server in every way possible I could, while maintaining true to the beliefs of the owner B-Dub and the server's hardcore ideals. I created mods from scratch, ammo making, metallurgy and forging, and even my leather and tanning, all on the purpose to try to make New Dawn not only immersive, but worthwhile to give characters and players a reason to keep playing past gaining all the perfect gear or the best gun that they can get. However, all things come to an end, and even New Dawn's sunset. I'm quite upset about this. It was my choice as well with B-Dub to close down New Dawn. And I'll have a lot of good memories. I've learned a lot. I know how to model, texture, and even code now. I'm going to continue to work on my mods. It's just not going to be for any one server. It will be for everyone. And I hope to keep meeting people's expectations, and I hope I can keep contributing to the DayZ community. That is all.
And
he's very upset. He's very upset.
You can hear his voice.
He feels that that he's responsible for it, but again, he's got a Patreon. People, if you like what he does, go and support him. We do here on the podcast, but he's an amazing modder. Another one of these self-taught freaks of nature who fucking, you know, I think the story is he said to B-Dub, how can I help? And B-Dub said, learn to mod. So he went and learned to mod. And I'm like, mate, I can barely fucking manage an XML file or a JSON, let alone learn to fucking mod. He's a freak of nature, what he's managed to do. You know, the mods he's created are game-changing. If you play on a server that has metallurgy and ammo, if it's set up right, oh my fucking God, it reinvents the game, makes it more hardcore. And
it's got to be... Sorry, buddy, go ahead.
No, you go, mate, you.
It's got to be from an outsider who does... I've only messed around with the server for a couple of weeks, and Dumpgrah helped me with that as well, and he was a huge help to it.
Just a good guy,
it's got to be... Yeah, he is. But it's just got to be like running just a standard DayZ server with, you know, the amount of time it takes to make sure it's running and the cost. God knows, like the cost when you're running probably on dedicated machines and stuff, it must be crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you have to try and run a hardcore server where there is a small audience for hardcore servers out there, but it is not, you know, what's the word? It's
niche.
Yeah,
it's
there's
more
not
niche than the main game.
Yeah, there isn't a huge audience for hardcore servers, so it's always going to be rough to try and fund and always work on a server like that and try and get new players in, you know, because it's just the audience is just not there. And you always hope that one day you'll get lucky and your server will suddenly explode by where a content creator comes onto it, or it just starts to naturally gain traction or something. And it's got to be hard after 3 years to see that, you know, it didn't probably pan out the way they wanted it to pan out. You know, everybody always tries to set their goals, and sometimes you just can't hit them.
Yeah,
and
the other sad thing for me, like Wobo says it here, thank you for your hard work. Modders deserve a lot more love for all they do. Is, you know, if a big name streamer tweets out what they're having for breakfast, they'll get 1,001 fucking replies and retweets and all the rest of it. A guy who's poured his heart and soul into creating amazing content for the community gets 40 likes, 2 quote tweets, 1 retweet, and a handful of responses. I haven't responded publicly because I've spoken to him privately, but yeah.
It's sad to see.
It is, and I really liked how New Dawn was, because it didn't rely off donations or people paying for the server or anything like that. All the money that went towards the server went on for advertising. That was it. B-Dub could easily cover the costs of the server. Easily. He might have not been able to contribute much, but he kept the servers running. But the heart of New Dawn was Dumpgrah. Absolutely. And I've got to give them both absolute credit and love for everything that they were doing. And, you know, Dump and we had a discussion where I finally stepped away from it, from the whole server, because the hardcore aspect wasn't interesting to me anymore. And it is a shame. But when Dump told us ahead of time what he was going to do, I was shocked, but I understood. And, you know, supported him. And, you know, he's how do I say, his heart and soul and sweat and tears and blood went into that server. And the server pop came and went. It had fluctuations. There would be a lot of period of time where it would be full. They'll have a lot of players, and then other times it would be dead and stuff like that. And it was one of the new things about New Dawn. And it was like, it's just going to be fucking, as much as I didn't really develop for the server anymore. It's
awful, isn't it?
It's the first server I ever worked on. Ever. He got me into modding for New Dawn. My first ever mod was like these like tablet things, the fuel tablets where you unpack them. You got solid fuel tablets. You put it with paper. You can create a fireplace there and then, and there would be a great way to start a fire if you're in a pickle. And I wanted to do that, and he taught me everything on how to do it. The modeling, the texturing, the scripting, everything. And
I'm sure it's one of those things as well with modding, obviously, in an unpaid line of work like that. I can imagine it's one of those communities where not a lot of people do want to give out that information because it's something they've probably spent hundreds of hours learning or however.
That's the thing. Dump is a unique person.
Yeah.
Because if you ask him, I need help doing this, or I want to start doing this.
He helped me with my server.
He will teach you. He helped with Boy's server. He helped with me. When I've worked on other servers, he would help. He would give some advice. If I was always struggling with something, I know and I still can turn to him for advice and help. And he's just an absolutely spectacular guy. And as Boyd has always said in the podcast, to support modders, he's definitely one of them. He needs that love.
He has a very, very promising mod coming out soon, which is the barricading one. That one, when he gets the doors and done for that, which he said he's going to do as well, when he gets doors and windows done, I could see that mod being on every server, whether it be PvP, hardcore, vanilla.
Yeah.
I could see it on all of them. That will replace like Base Building Plus and all that stuff. Combine that with vanilla, you've got a top mod.
I mean, stuff like this has got to be disheartening as well. Like Inclement Dab put a tweet out. DayZ Editor Experimental was removed from Steam without warning or error. No DMCA or warning strikes. Steam giving automated responses as usual. Very worried about my other mods being shut down for no reason, causing catastrophic failure for thousands of servers. And again, I know some of the big guys probably think I fucking hate on them, but to me, it's fucking sad that, again, you know, someone tweets out what they're having for breakfast, they get fucking 1,001 responses. This from Inclement Dab, an absolute freak of fucking nature of the modding community, like Mass, like Dumpgrah, and he gets 19 likes, 2 quote tweets, and 3 retweets. This has got to be fucking frustrating. Mass, thank you for coming in, buddy.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, mate. We were just talking about how sad it is to see you leave the community, but we can kind of understand why, mate.
I just joined. I didn't even know you guys were talking about me.
Yeah. We're on a bit of a sad phase of the podcast right now. You know, we've talked about you leaving the community. We've talked about Dumpgrah and New Dawn DayZ, and now we're talking about Inclement Dab and his. I don't know. Does anyone know what the latest on this is?
Wait.
No idea.
Inclement Dab's leaving?
No. His experiment. You know, the experimental version of the DayZ editor?
Yeah, I'm looking at the stream right now. It was removed via DMCA with no warning.
DMCA.
It's got to be disheartening for people like you when something like this happens.
Well, it hasn't happened to me yet, but I don't really have a butt, so I can imagine that would suck.
Yeah.
Like he said, that with Framework, surely there's so many servers that would be affected if Framework specifically went through the same thing.
Yeah. It would be
fucked.
Yeah. There'd be a lot of angry people if that went down.
Mm-hmm.
The Mass, what are you going to be doing now, mate?
I haven't really thought of it. DayZ has been a part of my life for pretty much, this last half of my life, honestly. I don't know. I never thought about it.
Armor 4 motto confirmed.
You can get a job and go and fix New World, mate.
Maybe. I've been playing it like crazy. I don't know. DayZ is just, it's not something that's incredibly interesting to me anymore, unfortunately. It's kind of been something that's been dying off for a long time. I've been repeatedly pushing my ideas and my creativity onto DayZ. And it's been very fun, but it doesn't seem to get me anywhere. And I feel like my energy is probably better suited somewhere else into something that's actually gonna, do something for me.
Yeah,
that makes sense. Yeah,
that's understandable.
Well, I have no doubt, mate, that whatever you turn your considerable skills and talents to, you're going to be successful at, mate, because, we talked about, I think it was Lad went and checked. It's the 7th most subscribed mod on DayZ in the workshop, your mini item overhaul.
The 7th now, huh? I haven't checked it in a long time. It's always been up there, though. I don't know why.
It's iconic. I think everyone knows that, or at least a few items out of it.
Yeah.
Well, I'm incredibly grateful to DayZ's entire community. I really am. Even though it's been very stressful, I've actually discussed that previously in the podcast that I was part of. Being a modder, especially being a very popular modder, back then and even now, is very stressful. But as I said, I'm very grateful to the community for kind of holding me up like they have, and viewing me as somebody who is important, I guess, to DayZ. Yeah, I never thought that would be possible. Never thought that would ever be a thing. But it's a thing. So I'm putting all my creativity and all my time into one final update for MMIO.
Yeah, I said that before. I was telling them about how you're doing it into a... You were initially going to do it as a legacy, but now it's going to be Redux. Or something like that. So, yeah, because you're including a lot of stuff that we both worked on.
Yes.
All of it.
But of course, I'm having to basically recompile everything and add it all up into MMIO itself.
Yes.
And yeah, it's a nightmare. Having to go back and add all these items and change all these paths and make sure everything works. Not to mention I'm bug fixing, redoing a lot of stuff. I'm also adding. I don't know, Lad. Have you discussed the setting thing I'm working on?
Which one are we talking about?
Right. So a lot of mods have these things called JSON settings, and it's basically where a server owner can go into the server profile, and whenever you load a mod on your server, it generates a file called a JSON, which you can. It comes with settings that you can configure and stuff based on your server's balance, like what you want things to be, I guess. My mods had a lot of items that have forced balance settings that are really hard to change, and I decided to just let people do that themselves. Turn things on or off.
Yeah. See, it's nice little things like that is a nice little send-off to try and make it as more future-proof as possible, because as we all know, every update breaks something. And if I recall correctly, Mass, the last few updates has been lucky for you. You haven't really needed to update too much. I still remember, I can't remember exactly which patch it was, but I still remember we were all in the Discord together, you, Dump, and I, and you were stressed to fuck because the update had failed on your end, like the MMIO update had failed because Steam had fucked up, and God, that was a rough night. I can remember that distinctly. But
that's why I'm not modding anymore. Because of days like that. Yeah. Like, that was bad. I remember that as well.
Yeah.
Did you ever get much financial support,
even like... Did I ever get your financial support?
No, did you ever get much financial support?
Much financial support? Probably not. No. With that said, I did get some, and I'm very grateful to the few donators that I did get. I'm not at all ungrateful for that.
But yeah,
I still remember now finding or buying whichever one it was. Is it Shinigami? However you want to.
Yep, the Shinigami scope.
And that thing, genuinely, that, like, obviously there's many more that have come after it, but that was amazing. When I found that, I was like, what? How have I not come across this before? Like, this is the best scope ever.
I'm using it for my my Pioneer actually.
It's so good.
MMIO did kind of pioneer a lot in the early days of DayZ modding. Simply because I, uniquely to my situation at that time, I had basically an infinite amount of free time to just grind out as much information as I could to make whatever I could. And I would try to, you know, just do that. Just try to figure out how to do things, and if I had a creative idea for something, I would try and make it work however way I could. Shinigami, when it first came out, was very buggy.
I remember that. It was...
Yeah.
But
it was still amazing.
Yep.
Just those two sites, and like I said, that I'm sure there's hundreds of versions of it now, but you're definitely right in that I think you got there way before a lot of people with that one.
Well, MMIO was also the first mod on the workshop to have a custom, fully functional caliber. The 408 Chaytak is the gun people most, you know, it's an iconic weapon, and a lot of packs have it as well because they use the same model that I got from Sketchfab for free. But it was the very first custom gun on the whole workshop to have a custom caliber.
Very cool.
It also used the Mosin animations when it was first added.
So you're open for any commission work if people out there are looking for stuff made, or you're pretty much done with DayZ?
Absolutely. I'm always up for commission work.
Yep.
So
Heck, I even sell specific assets from MMIO if people are interested in them.
Yeah.
But you have to ask because I don't sell anything that doesn't have strictly 100% of my my effort into.
Yep.
It would be wrong for me to sell anything that has been a joint effort from any of my contributors.
And look, this is how much of a decent guy Mass is. I remember back when I had my I can't even remember what it was called. But my idea for a realistic furniture mod. And I reached out to Mass about, you just saw it on the screen then, his gun rack. And I said, that's pretty much exactly what I've got in mind. And he said, you can use it. You can repack it into whatever you're going to create. It didn't end up going ahead because I didn't get funding for it because I wanted to create it all from scratch. But, you know, he's not just a fucking person in this to get money like so many of the modders are. They're in it because they love it. You know, you don't do what Dumpgrah did and fucking teach yourself to mod with the dreams of maybe becoming the next fucking, or you might dream of becoming the next Dean Hall or something like that, or Player Unknown. But for the most part, it's done out of love. Same as most streamers. Most streamers start streaming because they just want to, you know, meet some new people and they love the game they're playing. They're not doing it in the hopes of being able to go full time. Some do, for sure. But yeah, God, we need to change people's mindsets on this.
Definitely.
More love needs to go to modders. More fucking love needs to go to modders. Well, this is fucking depressing, isn't it?
Yes.
Hey, man, my update's going to be badass, though.
Awesome. Any teasers for us?
Teasers?
Let's see. Do I have any teasers? Lad, do you got any, like, stuff from Massive Mod? Like, images or whatever?
He's just stepped away.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Perfect timing.
Nice timing, lad. Well, I've got a considerable changelog. Have I showed you? Have you seen the changelog, Boydie?
We can hear you. There we go. He's muted himself. Sorry, what was that again?
The changelog that I've got in New Dawn on my Mass Overhaul channel. Have you, by any chance, seen the changelog that I produced whenever I made my announcement that MMIO was going? Here, I can just post it to you in DM. Actually, might as well post it in the guest channel, huh?
Mm-hmm.
You know, no offense, but I can never find your Discord. And, like, there's just so many icons. There it is. Alright, that's one half.
Let me just change the screen. Gun mittens, barrel rig, mop-inspired NBC suit, colour variations of the tanker helmets, new guns, gold variations.
Ooh.
The lunchbox, I've seen that on DayZ Down Under.
Whenever Lad and I first started building our mod pack, I basically took a whole bunch of different ideas from Tarkov, and I made my own models for them, and I did my own scripting for them and everything. The same kind of applies to all the guns. There's a literal, to put it simply, a literal fuck ton of content is coming in my final update from MIO. It's it's basically a merger from the server pack. But just, you know, because I know a lot of people are worried about, like, size of, like, mods. MMIO, the biggest one is something people have been asking for forever. The mod's also going to come with the ability to split it up into pieces. Like, you can download just MMIO clothing or MMIO guns or food or base building or miscellaneous. Yeah. So you can finally utilize MMIO, and if you, like, have a really nice gun pack that you like, but you don't want any of the guns in my pack, you can, you know, grab the clothing and the food items or just the base items, whatever you want. And they'll all come with their own customizable, configurable JSON settings, too. So it's not like you're losing out on any of that.
Question in chat there, how would you run your own loot economy?
How would I run my own loot economy? I don't know. Good question. I kind of... Well, okay, so in my server, what we had was, we had these things called like caches and crates, and what they were they were custom-made random event items that spawned all around the world in like placed locations, placed coordinates, kind of like the helicopter spawns. Yep. Yeah, they used the same system. But they all spawned in differing tiers, and they had, you needed to have a key to unlock them, and each tier had its own key, and zombies dropped the keys, and keys would also spawn rarely on clothing items.
Yep.
So what I did to kind of have all of these guns in the economy was I just threw all the custom guns on the crates, and then I left vanilla alone.
Cool idea. I always like the idea of things like that coming from zombies. It gives you you can't just run around every building in a town and pick up a key and off you go. There's some sort of grind involved.
Exactly. I'm sure. Lad, I asked you a question before you disappeared. Do you have any more, like, pictures of some of the items from Massive Mod?
Not pictures. The only thing I've got is the AEST file video.
Hi, Dumpgrah.
Hey, Dump.
Hey.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm being a fat shit. I'm eating. I'm hungry.
No, Dump, I said to jump in, mate, because we're just talking about some big things that happened in the last week, and you stepping away from New Dawn was one of the big ones. We showed your Twitter video you released, and something. The reason I asked you both to step in, something I wanted to ask you was, we talked earlier. I don't know if either of you were here. I don't think you were, Mass. I'm not sure if you were lurking, Dump, or not. But we reached out to the DayZ dev team about how we're seeing yet another Arma 3 community DLC, Western Sahara, and I asked them specifically and said this was on the record about whether we would ever see something like that for DayZ. Where the likes of you two, for example, could team up with a Mario and fucking God knows who else, and create a with DanceofJesus and create a custom map like Keimer, like what Avoca's done with Keimer, but more to it than just that. And they basically said the answer is no. It's not going to happen with DayZ at this stage, and that's got to be disheartening for you guys.
Well, I'm already out, so I'm good.
What a fucking response. I don't care.
Drops mic.
I've just hidden my webcam because I'm eating, so I do apologise.
What about you, Dom?
I don't know. It's a complicated question. On one hand, I didn't expect it, nor would I ever expect it from BI towards modders being shown a spotlight like that, getting an official DLC. And then on the other hand, I can see why they don't, because almost 90% of the mods on the workshop for DayZ, unfortunately, I have to say, aren't very good.
Yeah. And I think, like a lot of modders have talked about, I think we've probably been said on the podcast before, there needs to be some sort of verification for that, surely, just so that you guys who do create really in-depth and presumably painstaking mods have some sort of protection over them from just being taken out.
With what happened to
that's entirely.
Exactly, yeah.
This game in its entirety from the very beginning has been nothing but jank. even the foundation it was built upon was jank. The only reason DayZ is anywhere near as popular as it is because of social media like YouTube.
Yeah.
Acting as its promotions.
You're not wrong, to be fair.
That's where that's where everybody else, that's pretty much where everybody started, right? They saw some YouTube video of some dude playing this weird-ass game, or they got introduced to a friend who saw some video of a weird-ass dude playing this weird-ass game.
Yeah.
Not to say that's a bad thing. Word of mouth is great for indie games and stuff. It's just, it's kind of what happened, right?
Yeah. And I think a lot of the time back in the day, it was, I don't want to use the word, but I think a lot of it was kind of scripted to an extent, because you got into the game and certain things that would run smooth. You're like, why can't I do that? Like the videos I've watched.
Oh yeah, Frankie's long come out and said that a lot of his stuff was scripted. Custom mods made to enable him to do things, and yeah.
That added a lot to the overall enjoyment of his videos, though.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Later on, maybe not so much earlier on, because he did have some scandals. Cough, cheater, cough.
Naughty boy.
No way.
I'm sorry, this kebab is fucking lovely. Well, kebab meat.
Even Frankie was a cheater.
It's sad. It's sad.
But
well, on behalf of everyone, I just want to thank you both for what you've contributed. Dump, I know you're still around, mate, but it's sad to see the new Dawn servers go, mate, but everyone understands why, mate.
Yeah, it is sad.
Thank modders. Let's go to a slightly more joyous topic. I saw a tweet. It was from YouTube Gaming, the original tweet, I believe. Speaking of which, YouTube Gaming doing some amazing fucking updates soon. I am wondering how many people are going to be jumping over to YouTube Gaming in the near future, because they're bringing out gift subs and the rating mechanism. So at the end of a stream, you'll be able to raid someone else. So yeah, they're stepping up their game, and Twitch have got to up the ante as well. But YouTube Gaming put out, you find yourself in a zombie apocalypse, and the last 5 gaming creators you watched make up your survival squad. Which role will each member take on in the group? Who would you guys have? Mass, who would you have?
Does it have to be a creator?
Predominantly, yes. It said gaming creators.
Lad, do you still make videos?
I should stream more. I should stream more, but, you know, work.
Hey, close enough.
What about you, Dr. V? Who would you have?
Taupe and Sour. 100%.
Yep.
Both of them.
Marks? Marks is gone.
Yeah, Mark's out today.
Yep. I missed that.
Can we get an F in the chat?
What about you? What about you, Womble? Who would you have?
I think it's got to be the standards, hasn't it? Running Man's, Taupe, definitely, just because that guy's, I think, an alien at this point. Yeah, and Sour. It's got to be the experienced players, hasn't it? They're going to judge the moves before you even think of them.
See, but I took this as you find yourself in an IRL zombie apocalypse. Me, I'm going for Vigilante Gamer, because that guy's a fucking tactician. Loyal Patriot, because that guy cooks a mean fucking barbecue, plus he owns a lot of fucking guns. Probably ArchieStormCloud, he's got military experience as well. They're the 3 that I think of off the top of my head. Probably KD Wolf as well. I know he's another good old boy. But yeah. What about you, Dumpgrah? Who would you have?
Just looking over this real quick. I guess I would go for Click Daddy. Would be fun to have. Dr. Peppermint, if anybody's ever seen him, he's freaking hilarious. Fun guy to play with and get serious. And then OG11 when he streams most times. Those guys would be awesome to have.
Yep.
Keep it really upbeat.
Yeah. Definitely.
I'd probably have Stimpy for the laughs. He'd
Yeah.
just be constantly trolling you.
Show you some thumbnails.
But
Yeah,
but he's got some great ideas for trap bases, so yeah.
Leaving radios places with profanities recorded on them.
But no, you don't want me on your team, Blaze Donuts. I'm a shadow of myself, mate. I'd be a hindrance to anyone. Yeah. But no, I thought that was just a nice, fun one. Guys, we are coming up on the 4-hour mark, so we might call it quits now. Oh, sorry, got to do one thing before we go, the new segment. Got a few clips that we need to watch. We've got Sauerkraut with the bumpy ride. Yeah, I'd be pulling over already. You almost get motion sickness looking at this, don't you?
Yeah.
What the hell?
I feel like
Where's
this
the
is like a
wheels?
whole Jack-o'-box situation, right? We're just waiting for it to just fly off.
Yeah. The good old "and we're flying." The amount of times I say that playing, I should be sponsored by those words.
What else have we got?
What the okay, before we continue, why the hell was everybody saying F in the chat before?
For Max.
Oh, right, okay.
Yandy Gandy?
Yeah, my... apologize.
He's got balls of steel, man. I heard that shot. I would have been out of there. Okay.
He wants to come up and have a boxing match. So
that's a shot and a half. I didn't even see that. I did not even see that. So only the two. Oh no! Wait! I'm threading the needle. Oh no! That was. We just watched that one.
The one below it. Yep. Seen that one? No.
Ouch.
Oh.
Oh, what a fucking shot.
My God.
It's on console, too.
Yeah, I just noticed that as well. Console.
Yeah.
I'll pay that. I will pay that. That's a damn good shot. Keep them coming, folks. Yeah, Blaze, I love seeing all these rat spots. Yeah. Like Fubar Bundy's 1,000 meter snipe video. I wonder how many people started hanging around in that spot on the map. But yeah, guys, thank you all so much. Mass and Dumpgrah, thank you for poking your heads in at the last minute. Mass, it's going to be sad to see you go, mate. But shout out from everyone for everything you've done over the years, mate.
I appreciate it.
Dumpgrah, best of luck with your future endeavours after New Dawn, mate. Like I said to you, like I mentioned with Mass, keep your eyes open for any commission work, mate. You know, helping people set up a server or something like that. You guys have got skills, and yeah, I constantly see people posting up in communities, asking people, you know, offering to pay them to help them set up a server. Fucking do it. You know, I believe in, you know, giving as much as you can, but I'm also a capitalist whore at heart. You know, likes and retweets on Twitter don't put food on the table, do they, there, lad?
Not at first.
Not at first.
Before we finish for the day, I want to show off one more thing.
Go for it.
Ooh.
And DOG has been teasing me to do this since we fucking started.
Oh.
Ready? Oh, dear Lord. That is a beautiful, beautiful screenshot.
Oh.
Wow.
My God.
This is the map DOJ, Archie, myself, and DOJ's friend Vernon are working on.
I have a question.
Yes, go for it, Miss.
Where is it?
It's in a brand new location. It's based in Alaska.
Oh, so it's America.
Yeah. So what we're doing, and DOJ has been very fucking adamant about this, we are trying not to use as many vanilla assets as possible. Instead, we are looking and researching into the Alaskan kind of like life, the areas and whatnot, properties, buildings, shit like that, and we're trying to recreate a portion of that from
I know
scratch.
a little bit about this, and I want to give a shout out to Dumpgrah here as well. I know Dumpgrah was in chat with DOJ and me the other day, and he was helping DOJ with something to do with trees. And again, I just love seeing this shit when, you know, so many of these modders, you know, everyone talks about collabs between content creators. The real fucking collabs you should be fucking paying attention to are when these modders help each other out, whether they're map makers, whether they're modders, whether they're coders, whether they're fucking whatever else there is, I don't know. But yeah, it's I love fucking seeing this shit and just hearing these names. This looks fucking awesome.
Yeah, I'm not going to reveal too much more. Yes, okay, I will talk about that. I hate that thing. I hate that thing. We're getting that to it's a wreck. So the way that we're doing Rex isn't typical of DayZ. It's going to be done in a very different way. So, but that's all I'm going to say for that. There'll be a reason for why stuff looks the way it does. But we're still very early. There's no time frame when it's going to be released.
Take your time. Put the effort in. Like we talked about last week with Keimer, the reason why Namolsk is still so popular is the amount of legwork that Sumrak put into the background of it. And he collabed with some amazing people, you know, in Clement Dab and the rest of them, to create some stuff that makes that map unique. And that is the key to making your map stand out amongst, you know, there's a lot of maps out there now, and not a lot of them get the love they deserve, you know, especially when you consider the time and effort that these people put into placing every fucking blade of grass and tree and fucking bit of rubbish and all the rest of it. But you can help yourself by doing more than just creating a map. Create a story around it. Create custom items unique to it, like the wreck of the truck that you just saw there. Give people a reason to want to keep playing your map.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's like I said, I don't want to reveal too much, but like I said, there's going to be a reason why everything in the map is the way it is. And it's going to be a real new take on stuff. And we are taking our time. We're not rushing things. We are going to make sure that every little detail is meticulously researched and placed. And I do want to give DOJ a lot of credit, because he fucking hates the tools we're using to create this map. He hates it so much. But he's been powering through. He's been really patient with it. Well, I say patient. He's been working very, very hard on it. And I can't wait for people to show. But he was teasing us. He was teasing us to leak it. So I was like, all right, okay.
Done.
Done, yeah. What was it, Mass? What you want to know?
You should, somewhere in a dark corner somewhere, you should put, you know what I'm thinking. You should put the meme face we threw into Molsk somewhere. Just somewhere.
I'll talk to DOJ about it. We'll see.
Don't forget where you started.
But yes. But yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to be really exciting. But yes, there was going to be one more shot I wanted to show off, but not anymore.
Oh yeah, individual shout outs. So you've done yours. DrWomble, what's something you would like to shout out, mate?
I would like to shout out a server. It's a very, I'd like to say a niche. It's not. It's sort of PvP oriented, but I've not long started playing it, and it's in the most normal way, the weirdest DayZ server I've come across, because you know, like the heavy PvP ones are always super toxic. Everyone's calling each other a you know what.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it can get a bit violent at times. And this server, it's called Tuna Bandits. Yeah, exactly. And it's it's kind of unique. It's on a Deer Isle map. It's very interesting. It's got lots of custom stuff in it. Well, adjusted stuff. But it's one of the only servers I've ever played that's massively PvP oriented. Everyone griefs each other and can give each other crap all night, but then at the end of it, everyone's friends again. And it was really weird to experience, but also like really, really wholesome. So yeah, Tuna Bandits.
What about you, Dr. V?
I would like to shout out another guy who has gotten quite a lot of official server hackers ban. His name is Mr. Rager.
He was in chat before.
Amazing.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, he's awesome too.
Dumpgrah, what's something you'd like to shout out, mate?
I guess in general, I would like to say, people, if you have a favorite mod on the workshop or whatever else, go to that workshop's page and look to see if they have a donation link, Patreon, or a YouTube channel. Show your support for them. Modders are dropping like flies right now because a lot of people feel like there's not necessarily a lot of want or care for their mods. So go out there and give them some love and make sure that you know and appreciate what they do.
Yeah.
Too fucking right, son. Too fucking right.
And Dumpgrah has a Patreon, folks.
Get subscribing.
Nope. Bad.
What about you, Mass? What's something you'd like to shout out, mate, if there's anything at all?
Pretty much the same thing Dumpgrah said. I'd like to also add that... Actually, I forgot what I was going to add, so never mind.
Well done. Typical Mass.
There's Dumpgrah's Patreon.
I will add. I do have to go. So
No worries,
everybody,
mate.
it's been great. Thanks for having me, and have a good night.
You as
well,
bud. Keep in touch.
You need to post more in your bloody Patreon as well, Dumpgrah. Maybe, you know, what I talked about with you with how to you know, you could maybe do commission work setting up servers. Maybe you could create some guides, put them behind a paywall, so that people who are interested, they can come and subscribe to you, and you've got guides there on how to do stuff. You know, just an idea. I think Patreon is a great tool, and you know, there's some of the people that I'm supporting on here have got some very, very, very successful Patreons. Wobo actually approached me and sent me a DM saying, you know, I've got a lot of people lined up because his top tier is exclusive. There's only so many of them you can have. They're the ones who get the shout outs at the start of each of his videos. Many thanks to such and such for making this video possible. Yeah. And he said, Boydie, you've done so much to support me. You give me leads all the time on, you know, tips and tricks you hear and all the rest of it. If you don't have to keep on with the Patreon. I said, over my fucking dead body, mate. Over my fucking dead body. Wobo is one of the guys who we're at his highest here, and I, hand on heart, am so proud of being a supporter of Wobo. You know, I support DayZ expansion still, Dumpgrah, Wobo, Vigilante Gamer, ArchieStormCloud, Raelian, and a few others that I've got in there as well, a couple of personal ones, but yeah. This guy's a comedian, George Alexopoulos, creates funny images and stuff like that. But yeah, and my little one where they rescue seals from being caught in pollution. So everyone's talking about Team Seas. I'm going to shout out Ocean Conservation.
Nice.
But
I do, fucking right, man.
I do actually have a shout out myself, and it's a server I found. So give me 1 second. I've got to go back here because it's very hard to find any information about it. But I've been playing it when I just want to run solo, because I'm playing with a squad of people, so many people, fucking big squad, on DayZ Down Under Villa Enhanced. But I also still just like running solo. And I've been wanting to play more Namolsk, because Namolsk is just fucking, you know, like I've said, Sumrak is absolutely killing it with that server. And I found a Namolsk server locally here in Australia that I want to shout out. Now, give me 1 second.
No bother.
CFC, I have no idea what it stands for. CFC, Hardcore Survival Namolsk Server. It has bugger all mods. Just Namolsk Igloo, Gauzy, Namolsk Island, Namolsk Survival, Community Online Tools, Community Framework. Oh, you guys can't see that. So it's not coming across. But it is just good. I'm really enjoying it. It's just basic, almost vanilla DayZ, but on Namolsk. And Namolsk is such a great map that, you know, you don't even really need other players. There's other players on there. I've seen them. I've heard them. But, you know, I've encountered landmines that have been left by people, and so I'm constantly on my toes. But if you're looking for a good Namolsk server in Australia, just to get that Namolsk experience, check it out. CFC Hardcore Survival Namolsk server. I'll try to remember to put the info in the description of the video as well if you're looking. But yeah, yeah, Don't ever let server pop dictate what server you play on, folks. There's plenty of amazing servers out there, like, what was it, Tuna Bandits, that people are putting a lot of time and effort into, like we heard with the amount of time and effort that Dumpgrah put into New Dawn. And don't be afraid to go and try something that might not have high pop or full, and sit in the queue for hours and twiddle your thumbs while you wait. There's plenty of amazing servers out there. Too many, some might say, but yeah, that's my shout out for the week. So yeah.
Very good.
Very, very nice.
DrWomble DoctorV, thank you so much, fellas, for coming on the show this week. Oh. Seems I'm lagging a bit. Can you guys in the stream still hear me? Can you guys hear me in here again now? Okay, so we're having technical issues. Give me 1 sec.
Yo, what's up, DayZ Podcast?
Hey,
here.
there we go. There we go.
Hey.
Yeah, my Discord just took a shit.
The joys.
There we go. You're back up again. DrWomble, DoctorV, thank you so much for coming on, fellas. Really appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed yourself.
Definitely.
Yeah, awesome.
It's been
awesome.
No, thank you so much, fellas. Lad, Dumpgrah, a pleasure as always. Marks, thank you so much for being here earlier, mate. Understand you had to go.
And Trey as well for coming on at the podcast.
Yeah, Trey as well. Sorry, don't let me forget Trey.
Everybody coming on, just talking and that, and it's been an absolutely fantastic show. A lot of really good, healthy discussion, and some sad parts here and there, but you can't have a few good things without some sad parts. So, but it's been an absolute pleasure. You fucking take care of yourself, everyone.
We've got another modder next week. Our next week's guest is Dimitri.
Oh,
yeah.
I love him. He's been doing some really fantastic
I keep on getting feedback that I need to get more big names on. And I understand where people are coming from with that. And I do like to get interesting people on from time to time. But I'm sorry, but I much prefer the focus on the people who can't self-promote as much as... especially the modders. But yeah, that's going to always be the focus of the show. We'll get big names on from time to time, but our main focus is going to be on that. Oh, plus, quick shout out, OG Levent. I commissioned him to make some lovely little emotes in the Discord. Let me just quickly go to show this off. So what we've got now is a bunch more emotes that you can use in here. So we've got Spotlight, Monetize, because we're constantly worrying about the monetization demon before the show. Meta, I love that. That's my favorite that he did.
Yeah.
Evil Marks, Boydie gobbing off, Evil Boydie, DayZ Update, Console, Bugs. So yeah, he's added Livonia and Chernarus as well. He's added a bunch of extra emotes in there. If you've got one that you'd like to get added, reach out to him as well. And even if you're just after some more emotes for your own Discord, this is the sort of quality this guy makes. He does a lot of artwork for me. In fact, I want to do a quick shout out. I've got a few go-to people that I go to for anything. OG is one of them. When I want a more creative thumbnail or maybe a good editor of a video, the goal with the Patreon is to be able to actually employ him full time. Well, not full time, but employ him to raise the quality of the videos. But yeah. That's one of the goals with what we want to do with that. And also my server does a lot of stuff for me as well. The stream overlay that you're watching now, he created. And yeah, so if you're after anyone to do good artwork for you, hit me up. I'm happy to recommend people. There's so many amazing ones out there. All the best, everyone. I did credit everyone with some extra podcast bucks through the show at a random point as well, so hopefully you've all got extra points. Save them up for the raffle for the Christmas show. Womble, are you aware of what we're doing?
I am indeed. I've been following all the large list of very interesting prizes.
Do you have your eyes on anything in particular?
I'd be happy to get anything, to be honest.
I've actually
got... the win...
Sorry, no, go for it.
No, the wind stride. That's what everyone wants, isn't it? Wind stride item. It's got to be.
I've actually got something that I'm going to be getting made, which it's a physical, tangible object that's going to be on par, in my opinion, with the knife that Yandy Gandy is making, but potentially is going to be one of the most sought after items. I've just got to get permission. I've got to remember to message Scotty. I've just got to get permission to get it made. But yeah. So that's all I'm going to say on that. I'm thinking of even just leaving it as a surprise that I announce on the show that no one will have a clue about. I'll have it physically in my hands and be able to show everyone what it does. But yeah.
Very cool.
Okie dokie. Thank you all so much. And we will see you all. I'll see you if you come in and watch me throughout the week. But we will see you all same time, same channels next week for episode 84 of the DayZ podcast with Dimitri. All the best, everyone.
Oh, yes.
Say bye-bye.
Ciao for now.
Ciao.
Bye.
That's my line. That's my line. Ciao for now. Catch you later, fellas.
See ya.